Chapter 2470. Lu Ming was enlightened. It seemed like Yi Yang had called them here for the commander's assembly. Lu Ming did not say anything, waiting for Yi Yang to continue. The rules of the commander's assembly are very simple. Every commander can bring 3 guards with him to participate and they will challenge each other. In the end, the ruler will rearrange the rankings according to the results. As for the 3 of you, you are the 3 strongest guards under my command. Therefore, this time, you will follow me to the capital to participate in the commander's assembly, Yi Yang announced. Lu Ming, Bin Bu, and Liao Min nodded. The capital? There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. He also wanted to go to the capital because there was a cursed land in Fengming country's capital. This was exactly what he wanted. Alright, prepare yourselves, we will set off tomorrow, Yi Yang said. The crowd dispersed and the day passed quickly. On the second day, Yi Yang brought Lu Ming, Bin Bu, and other guards to Fengming country's capital on a giant flying beast. After flying for 3 days, they arrived at Fengming country's capital, a vast ancient city. Fengming country's capital was bustling with noise and excitement. Lu Ming saw many different races. It's Commander Yi Yang. The moment they entered the capital, they were recognized. The Centennial Commander's Assembly is around the corner. The capital is going to be lively again. I wonder if there will be any changes to the ranking of the commanders this time. It's hard to say. In my opinion, the biggest suspense is still the battle between the first and second place. 100 years ago, the 2 commanders exchanged 1,000 moves before the victor was decided. That's right, I'm looking forward to it. While the crowd was discussing, Lu Ming's group passed through several streets and arrived at a huge residence. This residence was Commander Yi Yang's residence in the capital. It was equally vast and there were many experts stationed in the residence. The moment Yi Yang's group arrived, someone came to welcome them and arranged accommodations for them. Next, it was time to wait for the commander's assembly to begin. Time passed quickly and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the commander's assembly arrived. Yi Yang led Lu Ming, Bin Bu, and Liao Min towards the imperial palace. When they arrived at the palace, there was naturally someone to receive them. They were led to a spacious area. This place was surrounded by rows of seats that served as viewing platforms. In the center, there was a huge battle platform. Clearly, the battle would take place on the battle stage. Hi Yang, you guys are quite early. A loud laugh could be heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw 4 people flying over from another direction. The leader of the group was an elder with a single horn on his forehead. He looked at Yi Yang with a cold smile. You're not late either, Yi Yang said coldly. He Yang, this time, I will definitely replace you. The old man sneered. You're still far from it. Yi Yang sneered. Both of them were exuding a cold aura as they clashed in the air. Of course, they understood that now was not the time to fight. They snorted and found a viewing platform to sit down. That old guy is called Commander Biancheng. He's ranked 10th among the 13 commanders. Our commander is ranked 9th. That guy has always wanted to replace our commander's position. Liao Min transmitted her voice to Lu Ming and explained. Along the way, Liao Min was closer to Lu Ming. She frequently expressed her goodwill to Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming coquettishly. This made Bin Bu extremely jealous. Oh, no wonder. Lu Ming nodded and smiled at Liao Min. At this moment, people flew over continuously. They were all other commanders. Each commander had 3 guards with him. Liao Min introduced them to Lu Ming one by one. It's Commander Luo Mo and Commander Yu Zhan. The 2 of them are here together. Suddenly, Liao Min spoke with a solemn voice. Lu Ming also looked over. There were 4 people on each side. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the 2 people walking at the front. One of them was a middle-aged man in a white robe. He was a human. The other had a pair of black wings on his back. His eyes were cold. Through Liao Min's introduction, Lu Ming learned that the middle-aged man in a white robe was Commander Yu Zhan, who was ranked 1st among the 13 commanders. The one with black wings was Commander Luo Mo, who was ranked 2nd. The 2 of them were extremely powerful and had been fighting for countless years. Their strength was about the same, but overall, Commander Yuzhan was slightly better. Therefore he was always ranked first. There were rumors that this time, Commander Luo Mo wanted to pull Commander Yuzhan down from his throne and replace him. Their gazes met, creating intense sparks. Then, they sat down on their respective seats. The cultivation of these two people is very high. Lu Ming sized them up and realized that their cultivation was very high. They were probably much higher than Yang. Then, Lu Ming sized up the guards they brought. Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming realized that there were also Heavenly Emperors among the guards they brought. They were not people Yang and the border city commanders could compare to. Lu Ming saw that among the people Commander Luo Mo brought, there was a very mysterious person. He was covered in a black robe and his appearance could not be seen clearly. I don't see any Heavenly Realm experts or people from other races. Lu Ming pondered. The monarch has arrived. At this moment, a voice sounded. Then, a group of people flew over from afar. There were more than 100 people. The person in the lead was a human in his 50s. He wore a crown and had a majestic aura. Obviously, this person was the monarch of Fengming country. The group of people landed on the seats at the front and sat down in order. Greetings to the monarch. Everyone stood up and bowed to the monarch of Fengming country. Everyone, please be at ease. Take a seat. The monarch of Fengming country waved his hand. Everyone sat down. The Centennial General Meeting is about to begin. The rules are still the same. Everyone will bring 3 guards. The last ranked commander will start the challenge. You can fight to your heart's content. I know what the final result will be. The monarch announced. Everyone responded. Then, the last ranked commander sent out a guard to jump into the fighting ring. The other party challenged the guard of the 12th ranked commander. Boom. There was nothing much to say. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were peak grade emperors. Their combat strength was comparable. This battle was very intense. After exchanging a few hundred blows, both of them were injured and ended in a draw. How is it? Are you confident? Commander Yang secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming and the rest. This kind of trash can't even withstand a blow. I can defeat him in 10 blows. Bing Bu said confidently. However, after taking a look at Lu Ming, his face turned gloomy. He was defeated by Lu Ming in 1 blow. Chapter 2472. Commander Rama, you must be joking. How would I dare to fight with you? Commander Yang squeezed out a smile on his ugly face. He then looked at Lu Ming. There was a cold glint in his long and narrow eyes. Lu Ming, hurry up and apologize to Commander Luo Mo and his guards. You want me to apologize? Even Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect Yang to do this. Yang did not know what grudges he had with the foreign races. Yet, Yang wanted him to apologize without even asking. That's right. Hurry up. I don't care what grudges you have. You must apologize and make Commander Rama and his guards forgive you. No matter what method you use, no matter what price you have to pay. Do you understand? Yang said coldly. He did not hide the strong threat in his voice. His meaning was clear. No matter what method Lu Ming used, even if he had to kneel down or pay a huge price, he had to make the other party forgive him. This way, Commander Rama would not challenge Yang. The commanders' meeting did not stipulate that those with a higher ranking could not challenge those with a lower ranking. This was just the beginning. The lower ranking could only challenge those with a lower ranking. Those with a higher ranking could also challenge those with a lower ranking. However, that would leave a bad impression in the king's heart. Yang was scared to death. Rama was vicious and had strong combat strength. If he challenged him, he would be dead for sure. He cursed in his heart. Lu Ming could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Commander Rama's guards. He was simply courting death. It did not matter if he was courting death, but he had to implicate Yang. Ha! Lu Ming sneered. What are you laughing at? Yang said coldly. The cold light in his snake-like eyes intensified. I'm laughing. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around? Lu Ming said indifferently. What? Yang's eyes widened. He was stunned. What did Lu Ming say? Lu Ming actually said he was a, who do you think you are? What audacity! Yang's chest was filled with flames of anger. Lu Ming was merely his bodyguard. At the end of the day, he was merely his dog. Now, he actually dared to speak of him in such a manner in front of the other commanders and the monarch. This caused him to lose face and be extremely embarrassed. His heart was filled with ice-cold killing intent, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If it were any other guard, they would definitely not dare to disobey him. Whatever he said, they would have to do. This brat is courting death. At the side, Blue was laughing madly in his heart. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be so stupid. He was simply courting death. No need for nonsense. Even if he kneels in front of me today, he must die. At this moment, the outsider royal said coldly. The words caused Yang's expression to turn even uglier. His gaze spun a few times, and then his eyes lit up as he said, "Everyone, this guard of mine is arrogant and has offended his superiors. What's the point of keeping such a person? I'll expel him from the ranks of my guards now. If you have any grudges with him, feel free to look for him. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Ming, hand over your guard token." At the end of his sentence, Yang looked coldly at Lu Ming. He actually expelled him from the ranks of the guards. This Yang is really decisive. However, this way he can avoid a battle with Commander Rama. It's a wise choice. That's right. If it were me, I would also do the same. Fighting with Commander Rama would only be courting death. The commanders in the surroundings discussed fervently. The monarch, who was sitting at the top, looked calm as he drank his wine. No one knew what he was thinking. Here's the guard token. Lu Ming took out the guard token and threw it to Yang. Commander Rama, Lu Ming is no longer my guard. If there's anything, feel free to look for him. Commander Yang looked at Commander Rama with a flattering expression. This commander is really useless. That foreign race royal laughed disdainfully. Yang's expression turned ugly, but he did not dare to refute. The other party was Rama's guard. Offending him was equivalent to offending Rama. It's all because of Lu Ming. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Yang looked coldly at Lu Ming, killing intent flashing in his eyes. This time, he had expelled Lu Ming from the ranks of the guards in front of everyone. Not only did he lose one person on his side, but he was also afraid that the king would not have a good impression of him. This time, it was impossible for him to raise his ranking. He was afraid that his ranking would fall and he would be suppressed by the commander of the border city. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. You still want to kill me? Lu Ming could naturally feel the killing intent from Yang. Lu Ming's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Monarch, I would like to challenge Lu Ming to settle our personal grudge. I seek your permission. That foreign race royal cupped his fists and said to the monarch. Sure. The monarch said indifferently. He did not take it to heart since it was just a few guards of the commanders. Sush. The foreign race royal leaped onto the battle ring and looked at Lu Ming. He said, Lu Ming, come up and fight me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He moved his body and leaped onto the fighting ring. Even if his opponent did not challenge him, he would find an opportunity to do so. He would kill any foreign race member that he saw. Every time he killed a foreign race member, the strength of the foreign race would decrease. Boom. The foreign race royal unleashed a powerful aura. Second-level void transformation. What a powerful aura. What terrifying strength. He's just a guard of Commander Rama, but he's actually at the second-level void transformation. The other commanders exclaimed. Second-level void transformation was equivalent to a 2-star heavenly emperor. Some of the other commanders were only at the first-level void transformation while some were at the second-level void transformation. On the other hand, Commander Rama's guard was at the second-level void transformation. The gap between them was too big. A cold smile appeared on Rama's face. This was his trump card. This time, he wanted to defeat Commander Yuzhan and obtain the first place. Destruction Sword Formation. The royal member of the foreign tribe shouted coldly. Beams of destructive light burst forth from his third eye, transforming into many combat swords. They formed a sword array and charged toward Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he threw out dozens of punches. This time, Lu Ming did not use his Tao of ruler. Instead, he used his physical strength. Boom, boom. Dozens of explosions sounded. Lu Ming blasted his opponent's sword formation away, but he was forced to retreat as well. He blocked it. The other commanders were shocked. Lu Ming had blocked his opponent's attack. This was enough to prove that Lu Ming was also at the Heavenly Emperor stage. That Yang actually has a guard at the Transformation Void stage. The border city commander's eyes darkened. Damn it, Yang roared. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more uncomfortable he felt. He could not help but think how good it would be if Lu Ming did not offend Rama's guard. Then he would be ranked higher. The king of Fengming's interest was piqued. Chapter 2473. Kill. The foreign tribe royal roared as his third eye shone even brighter. Rays of light shot out and condensed into more and more battle swords that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, a violet battle sword appeared in his hand. He became one with the sword and transformed into a violet streak of light that charged toward Lu Ming. He unleashed his full strength to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. It seems like I'm not a match for a 2-star heavenly emperor with just my physical strength. Lu Ming thought before he clenched his fist. The purplish gold sovereign energy gathered and transformed into a long spear. Lu Ming swept his long spear in all directions, and the sword rays that were slashing toward him disintegrated. Clang! Lu Ming's long spear collided with the sword gleam of the foreign tribe royal, erupting with a shocking boom. The foreign tribe royal's body trembled violently as shock filled his eyes. His body was sent flying by Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming charged forward with his spear like a bolt of lightning. His speed was extremely fast. The foreign tribe royal could not dodge at all. Lu Ming's spear pierced through his forehead, piercing through his head. A 2-star heavenly emperor from the foreign tribe royal was dead. Boom! Yang suddenly stood up from his seat. His face was filled with shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was so strong that he could kill a second-level void transformation powerhouse. After all, he was only at the second-level void transformation. The others were also shocked. Someone actually expelled such an expert from the ranks of the guards. Looks like someone is very confident. The border city commander sneered. Commander Yang's expression was ugly. At this moment, there was a trace of regret in his heart. If he had known earlier that Lu Ming was so strong, he would have reconsidered. With a helper like Lu Ming, his ranking as a commander this time would definitely be higher. Even if he offended Commander Luo Mo, he could still accept it. However, there was no use in regretting now. Damn it! Commander Luo Mo was furious. His killing intent soared to the sky. Lu Ming had actually killed a foreign tribe royal and caused him to lose a general. This would have a huge impact on his attempt to become number 1. Luo Mo, looks like your subordinate challenged someone he shouldn't have. Commander Yuzhan laughed. Among these people, he was the happiest. Among the 13 commanders, only Commander Luo Mo was a threat to him. Now that Commander Luo Mo had lost a strong helper, of course. Luo Mo, Commander Luo Mo, Commander Luo Mo, Luo Mo, Luo Mo's eyes. Luo Mo. After Lu Ming killed the foreign clan royal, he reached out and sucked the other party's storage bracelet away. He did not leave the fighting ring immediately. Instead, he cast a cold glance at Commander Yang before he turned around and cupped his fists at the king. King, Lu Ming would like to ask if I can challenge a commander now? Lu Ming's words shocked some commanders. Lu Ming wants to challenge a commander? Is he going to ascend to the position of a commander? This was especially true for Commander Yang. His heart was greatly shaken, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He was afraid that Lu Ming would challenge him. Presumptuous! Who do you think you are? You're not even a guard of a commander. How dare you challenge a commander? This is the commander's meeting. Get out of my sight. Commander Yang stood up and reprimanded. If I remember correctly, anyone can challenge a commander according to the rules of Fengming country. As long as one defeats and kills the commander, one can take over the commander's position. Am I wrong? Lu Ming glanced at Commander Yang and sneered. Of course. The The monarch of Fengming laughed. He was naturally happy to see his subordinates challenge each other. This way, the strong would replace the weak and the strength of Fengming country would grow. Which commander do you want to challenge? The monarch of Fengming asked. Of the 13 commanders present, many of them began to feel nervous. I want to challenge Commander Yi Yang. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed at Yi Yang. Yi Yang's face turned ghastly pale. Fear could be seen in his eyes. He could not figure out Lu Ming's combat strength at all. He had just killed a second-level void transformation powerhouse. He was confident that his strength was stronger than the foreign clan's royal, but not by much. He was not confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Damn it! Damn it! Commander Yi Yang roared in his heart. He was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have accepted Lu Ming as his guard. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. He did not even think about why Lu Ming would challenge him. He felt that everything he did was right. Yi Yang, why aren't you accepting the challenge? Are you afraid of your own guard? The border city commander sneered. Commander Yi Yang's face flushed red. In the end, he felt helpless. He had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive in Fengming country. Swoosh. He leaped onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming coldly. He held a battle sword in each of his hands. The 2 battle swords emitted a black glow. All of a sudden, Commander Yi Yang struck first. He had the upper hand by striking first. His 2 combat swords transformed into 2 sinister and cold vipers that charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the lower half of his body, the snake tail, also pierced toward Lu Ming like a sharp long sword. When they worked together, it was impossible to guard against them. However, Lu Ming did not need to guard against them at all. He only needed to attack. The long spear vibrated as Lu Ming swept it out. The purplish gold long spear expanded to a few thousand meters long as it swept out. It crushed toward Commander Yi Yang. No matter how tricky Yi Yang's attack was, it was useless. He could only face such a brutal attack head-on. The battle swords in his hands slashed out continuously. In an instant, he had slashed out more than 1,000 times. They landed on the long spear that Lu Ming had condensed with the power of the sovereign. Even so, Commander Yi Yang was still sent flying by the terrifying power of the long spear. His face turned pale. Bam! Lu Ming stepped onto the battle stage and leaped high. He held the long spear with both hands and slammed it down on Yi Yang with the force of Mount Tai. A huge spear light came crashing down like a mountain range. Commander Yi Yang roared and used all his strength. His body was covered by a layer of green light. In the next moment, he turned into a huge python and soared into the sky. Boom! The long spear collided heavily with the python. The python screamed and fell off the battle stage, revealing Yi Yang's appearance. At this moment, his aura was weak and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. He looked terrified. Lu Ming became one with the spear and turned into a spear light that charged toward Yi Yang. No, I admit defeat, Commander Yi Yang shrieked, his face filled with terror. However, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop at all. It pierced through Commander Yi Yang directly. You? Commander Yi Yang's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming in horror. Then he stopped breathing. Chapter 2474. Yi Yang was dead. Some of the commanders heaved a sigh of relief. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with solemnity. To be able to kill Yi Yang, his combat strength had already surpassed most of the commanders. Only some of the higher-ranked commanders could do so. Commander Rama's eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything. Among the crowd, Bin Bu and Liao Min were the most shocked. So strong? He's so strong? How could this be? Bin Bu muttered. His eyes were filled with shock. When he recalled that he had offended Lu Ming previously, he couldn't help but shudder. Lu Ming could even kill Commander Yi Yang. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Bin Bu. All right, Lu Ming. Since you've killed Yi Yang, you'll take over his position. You'll be ranked 9th for now. Later, you'll be able to participate in the challenge of the Commander Conference. King Fengming announced. Thank you, King Fengming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked King Fengming before returning to the spectator stand. Greetings, Lord Commander. When Lu Ming returned to the spectator stand, Liao Min bowed respectfully. Now that Lu Ming had taken over Yi Yang's position and became the commander, he had become their immediate superior. Liao Min sighed. Not long ago, Lu Ming was just a guard like them. But now, he had become the commander and replaced Yi Yang's position. This was the world of cultivation. The strong were respected. As long as one had the strength, all reputation and status would be at their fingertips. Greetings, Lord Commander. Beside him, Blue also hurriedly bowed. His head was deeply lowered in a respectful manner. Lu Ming swept an indifferent glance at Blue. Blue's body trembled and he broke out in a cold sweat. No need for formalities. Have a seat. Lu Ming waved his hand. Then he sat down. Next, the challenge continued. It was still the commander of Border City who issued the challenge. Originally, Border City's commander wanted to challenge Yang, but now that Yang was dead, the commander became Lu Ming. He had also seen Lu Ming's battle prowess. He understood that he was no match for Lu Ming. Therefore, he decided to skip Lu Ming and challenge the 8th-ranked commander. The result was naturally defeat. Next, it was Lu Ming's turn to challenge. I give up. Lu Ming shouted. Since he had already obtained the position of commander, Lu Ming did not plan on continuing to challenge. Going too far was as bad as falling short. He understood this principle. Using his position as a commander, he could already do a lot of things for him. Lu Ming's decision to give up the challenge made some commanders happy, especially those who were ranked ahead of him. The challenge continued. There wasn't much suspense in the following challenges. 100 years was too short for experts like them. Their strength wouldn't change too much. Soon, it was Rama's turn to start his challenge. Will he challenge Lu Ming first? Many people thought so. Lu Ming killed one of Rama's powerful guards just now. With Rama's personality, how could he let Lu Ming off easily? But Rama swept a few glances over Lu Ming and did not challenge. Lu Ming's strength still made Rama somewhat apprehensive in the end. He was afraid that after challenging Lu Ming, he would then challenge Commander Yu Zhan and would not be in peak condition. Therefore, he did not challenge Lu Ming but turned his gaze to Yu Zhan. Sure enough, the guards that Rama sent out after were all the guards who challenged Commander Yu Zhan. Both sides were locked in a close battle. However, Commander Rama was short of a guard in the end. The other party still had a guard. Rama already had no guards. He had to take the field himself. Rama leaped onto the battle stage, looked at Commander Yu Zhan, and said, Yu Zhan, come down and fight. You defeat my guard first before talking. Yu Zhan said coldly. Then his guard leaped onto the battle stage. Commander Yu Zhan's last guard was also a heavenly emperor. However, he was only a 1-star heavenly emperor. A first-level void transformation stage martial artist wants to exhaust my strength? Dream on. Get down from the battle stage. Rama shouted as he slammed his palm forward. A terrifying palm energy surged toward his opponent like an avalanche. Third-level void transformation stage. Commander Rama's cultivation base was at the 3rd-level void transformation stage, which was equivalent to a 3-star heavenly emperor. He was much stronger than a 1-star heavenly emperor. Although Commander Yu Zhan had used all his techniques, he was still unable to change the outcome. He was blasted off the battle stage by Rama's palm energy. Yu Zhan, do it yourself. Don't call these small fries over. Rama looked at Commander Yu Zhan with a strong battle intent. Let's see where you get your confidence from after not fighting for 100 years. Commander Yu Zhan said coldly. His figure flashed, and he appeared on the battle stage, facing Commander Rama. Boom! Both of them unleashed powerful auras. Their auras collided, causing a loud explosion. There was no doubt that Commander Yu Zhan was also a 3-star heavenly emperor. Boom! Suddenly, both of them moved. They turned into 2 streaks of light and collided with each other. An intense battle broke out. Bam! Bam! Their attacks continued to collide. Explosions continued to reverberate in the battle stage. In just a blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Following that, a loud explosion reverberated in the air, and both of them retreated rapidly. The only difference was Yu Zhan had retreated more than 20 steps while Rama had only retreated a dozen steps. Rama, why your cultivation base? Commander Yuzhan looked at Commander Rama in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ha! Yuzhan, I'm only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level void transformation stage. Let's see how you're going to fight me. Rama laughed maniacally. He was filled with confidence. He was confident that he could defeat Yuzhan not only because of the foreign tribe's royal family, but also because of his own strength. During these 100 years, his cultivation base had finally broken through again. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level void transformation stage. His combat strength had already surpassed Yuzhan's. The other commanders were shocked as well. This time, the ranking of the commanders would most likely change. Yuzhan, you'll be defeated. Commander Rama continued to attack Commander Yuzhan. Don't even think about it. Commander Yuzhan shouted angrily. Both of them began to fight fiercely again. However, although Commander Rama's strength was slightly stronger, it was not by much. With Yuzhan's desperate resistance, it was not easy for Commander Rama to win. Both of them exchanged more than 200 blows. In the end, Commander Yuzhan was no match for Commander Rama and was defeated. Commander Yuzhan returned to the spectator stand with a grim expression on his face. He circulated his cultivation base to heal his injuries. All right, the commander's meeting this time has come to an end. Next, I'll announce the ranking of the commanders for the next 100 years. The king of Fengming said. Everyone was shocked. The new ranking was about to be announced. It would affect the division of benefits in the future. First place, Rama. The king of Fengming announced the first place. It's really Rama. Many people were shocked. This time, although Rama had one less guard, his strength was still incomparably strong. None of the 13 commanders could defeat him. Since he had defeated Commander Yuzhan personally, it was normal for him to be ranked first. Chapter 2475. Second place Yuzhan. Third place Shaoqing. Ninth place Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming announced the rankings of all the commanders. The rankings didn't change much. The only thing that changed was Rama, Yuzhan, and Lu Ming killing Yang and taking his place. All right, the commander's assembly is over. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. King Fengming smiled. Then he ordered people to serve all kinds of delicacies. The crowd only dispersed on the second day. Lu Ming brought Bin Bu and Liao Min back to the governor's residence. Along the way, Bin Bu was trembling with fear. He was afraid that Lu Ming would find trouble with him. This subordinate pays his respects to the commander. The moment they returned to the governor's residence, they saw the other guards leading the people of the governor's residence to respectfully welcome Lu Ming. Clearly, they had received news that Yi Yang had died in Lu Ming's hands and that Lu Ming had inherited the governor's position. Everyone, there's no need to be overly courteous. In the future, I still have to rely on all of you to do things for me. Lu Ming smiled faintly. We're willing to die for the Lord Commander. Bin Bu was the first to arrive. We're willing to die for the Lord Commander. The others also shouted loudly. During this period, we'll stay in the imperial capital. You guys go and help me do something. Send people to search for those people with 3 eyes. Lu Ming took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman shone and many pictures appeared in the air. These pictures were the appearances of the different races of the foreign races. After you find these people, don't alert them. Come back and report to me. Lu Ming instructed. Everyone bowed and Lu Ming dismissed them. Lu Ming chose a room. After entering the room, a storage ring appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This storage ring belonged to Commander Yang. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. He wondered how many resources were in Yi Yang's storage ring. Lu Ming extended his spiritual awareness and started to count. Not long after, Lu Ming smiled. 3 million god stones. In Yi Yang's storage ring, there were 3 million divine stones, which was equivalent to 300 billion pieces of supreme-grade origin stones. Lu Ming was overjoyed. These resources were enough for him to break through to the 4-star Great Monarch realm or even the 5-star Great Monarch realm. However, there were no Heavenly Dao soldiers in Yi Yang's storage ring. There were only Great Emperor weapons. It would appear that weapons on par with heavenly Tao armaments were relatively precious even in the Yellow Springs Mountain. However, Lu Ming was already quite satisfied. Next, Lu Ming only needed to send people to find the outsiders. If they could kill them, Lu Ming would directly kill them. However, it would be more troublesome to find the creatures of the heaven realm. The living beings of the celestial realm and the living beings of the Yellow Springs Mountain were relatively similar. Unless he met them face to face, he could sense the aura of the celestial realm on them. It would be difficult for others to find them. Also, Lu Ming had to find out about the cursed land in Feng Ming Nation's capital and find an opportunity to enter it. However, these things could not be rushed. He had to take it one step at a time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out. However, after Lu Ming walked around for a while, he felt that something was strange. There were fewer people in the governor's residence. At this moment, a figure flashed and Liao Min appeared not far away. "Greetings, Governor." Liao Min bowed, but her expression was somewhat ugly. "Liao Min, what's wrong? Why do I feel that there are fewer people in the governor's residence?" Lu Ming asked. "Governor, something happened." Liao Min said with an ugly expression. "Oh, what happened?" Lu Ming asked with a calm expression. "Some time ago, Commander Rama released the news that you killed his capable guard. He won't let you off so easily. Sooner or later, he will eliminate you." Liao Min said. "And then?" Lu Ming's expression was still as calm as ever. No one could tell what he was thinking. After that, Rama continued to say that this matter is your fault and it has nothing to do with the others in the governor's residence. As long as the others submit to him, he will let bygones be bygones and entrust them with heavy responsibilities. Liao Min replied. "And then, those people all ran to Rama's side?" Lu Ming smiled. However, in the depths of his eyes, traces of cold light flashed. Yes. That Bin Bu was the first to submit to Rama. During this period of time, he has been inciting others to submit to Rama. Now, out of the 18 guards, 10 of them have submitted to Rama. Liao Min gritted her teeth and said, "Hee Rama," Lu Ming sneered. He didn't want to go overboard, but some people insisted on forcing him. At this moment, a commotion could be heard outside the governor's residence. Lu Ming extended his spiritual awareness and saw a group of people surrounding the entrance. The few people in the lead were Bin Bu. In addition, there were a few other people who were Rama's guards. Lu Ming's subordinates and a few other guards blocked them outside the door. "You people are still stubborn. Are you courting death by following that Lu Ming?" Bin Bu glanced at the few guards and sneered. The guards had ugly expressions on their faces, and they were hesitant. Now, as the leader of the 13 governors, Commander Rama controls a large number of troops and is very powerful. Lu Ming can't be compared to him at all. Lu Ming has offended Commander Rama and will die sooner or later. If you continue to follow him, you will only be courting death. A wise man submits to circumstances. You better submit to Commander Rama as soon as possible. Bin Bu continued. "Bin Bu, you traitor." Liao Min couldn't take it anymore. She rushed out and berated. "Traitor? What a joke. That Lu Ming is about to die. Why should I follow him to his death? Liao Min, you better submit to Lord Rama quickly. I can put in a few good words for you and get you a job. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state." Bin Bu sneered. His eyes scanned Liao Min from head to toe, emitting a fiery glow. "You?" Liao Min was furious. Her face was flushed red. "I'll give you one last chance. You only have 3 days. If you don't submit to Lord Rama after 3 days, you can die together with Lu Ming." Bin Bu said coldly. "Is that so? I'd like to see what you're capable of." A cold voice was heard. Lu Ming's figure stepped out. "Lu Ming." Bin Bu's gaze froze when he saw Lu Ming. He subconsciously took a few steps back with fear in his eyes. But in the next moment, he thought of something. His courage was boosted and he stopped. "Bin Bu, I've already given you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it," Lu Ming said coldly. His body was emitting a cold killing intent. "Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm Lord Rama's bodyguard now. How dare you touch me? You're courting death. Binbu shouted. Haven't I already killed one of Rama's bodyguards? Lu Ming sneered. You, Binbu's expression changed drastically. Lu Ming, Lord Rama has spoken. If you apologize to him now, submit to him and work for him, he might consider sparing you. Beside Binbu, one of Rama's bodyguards said. Chapter 2476. Asking me to do something for him? Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile. You guys, go back and tell him that I'm Lu Ming. I'll give him 3 days. Within 3 days, he has to kneel down and apologize to me. After that, he will submit to me and work for me. Otherwise, I'll kill my way to his governor's residence and take his life. What? Lu Ming's words stunned everyone. Rama was asking Lu Ming to submit to him and work for him. Now, Lu Ming actually asked Rama to kneel down and apologize to him. After that, he would work for Lu Ming. This contrast caused everyone to be stunned. They even thought that they had misheard. What did you say? One of Rama's guards pointed at Lu Ming while trembling. He thought he was dreaming. Go back and pass on the message. Scram. Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Ming, you're being stubborn. You're courting death. Liao Min, did you see that? Lu Ming is arrogant and stubborn. He's courting death and wants to drag you down with him. If you don't surrender, I'll put in a good word for you in front of Governor Rama. Binbu shouted. Do you want to surrender? Lu Ming looked at Liao Min. Liao Min clenched her teeth and cupped her fists. I'm willing to die for the governor. What about you guys? Lu Ming looked at the remaining guards. The guards' expressions changed. Then, they clenched their teeth and said, I'm willing to die for the governor. Great. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. You guys are being stubborn. You're courting death. Binbu shouted. Impatient. Lu Ming said coldly. Suddenly, he moved and appeared in front of Binbu. Then he pointed his finger. A burst of energy shot out, directly piercing through Binbu's dantian. Binbu's eyes widened. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Then he screamed crazily. Ah, you crippled my cultivation. You crippled my cultivation. He screamed crazily. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would dare to attack him after he became Rama's guard. His heart was filled with despair. Although the people of Yellow Spring Mountain cultivated differently from the Heaven Domain, they had one thing in common. That was the dantian. Was the dantian? Lu Ming shouted coldly and flung Binbu out. The others were extremely frightened and hurriedly took Blue and retreated quickly. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He turned and returned to the governor's residence. The capital was shaken. It had only been a few days since the commanders' conference. Many governors hadn't returned to their respective territories. They were all alarmed and were looking forward to the next development. Rama's angry roar could be heard from Rama's governor's residence. Lu Ming, how dare you? You're courting death. Let's see how you're going to kill me in 3 days. Rama roared. His cold killing intent shrouded the entire governor's residence. Countless experts in the capital were paying close attention to this. For a moment, the atmosphere in the capital was extremely tense. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Let's go. Follow me to Rama's residence. Lu Ming strode out of the governor's residence and headed to Rama's residence. Liao Min and a few other guards gritted their teeth and followed Lu Ming. They were taking a gamble. In the past few days, they realized that Lu Ming was too relaxed. He didn't do it on purpose. He was really relaxed. If he wasn't confident, how could he be so relaxed? Hence, they were taking a gamble. They were betting that Lu Ming was confident in dealing with Rama. If they were right, they would definitely soar. Lu Ming is heading out. The moment Lu Ming came out, the capital was in an uproar. Countless people followed Lu Ming and headed to Rama's residence. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at Rama's residence. Rama's governor's manor had already been heavily guarded. Inside and outside, it was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Stop right there. Someone stopped Lu Ming outside Rama's residence. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He took a step forward and a terrifying aura burst out. It formed a wave of energy that rushed forward. Boom. Those guards at the gate were sent flying by the energy wave. Lu Ming walked in with big strides. Inside the gate was a spacious courtyard. It was filled with people. At the highest point, Rama was sitting on a wooden armchair. On both sides of him were elite guards. Lu Ming looked around and realized that Bin Bu was there too. He was looking at Lu Ming with hatred. "Lu Ming, are you here to apologize to me?" Rama sneered. Deep in his eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. "I'm here to take your head," Lu Ming said coldly. "How dare you? You're courting death. How dare you be rude to Rama?" Luo Mo's guards shouted loudly. However, when Lu Ming looked at them coldly, their faces changed and they broke out in cold sweat. "Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths, submit to me and I'll let bygones be bygones." Lu Ming scanned the surroundings, looking as if he did not take Rama seriously at all. Ha! Rama was so angry that he laughed. He stood up from the wooden armchair and a violent aura spread out. Everyone felt pressured. Rama had reached the limit of the 3rd-level void transformation. In Feng Ming Kingdom, no one was a match for him other than the king. He's about to make his move. Outside the governor's estate, the other commanders and other elites were watching. Their hearts trembled. Kill him. Bin Bu roared in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into pieces. "Today, I'll make you wish you were dead," Rama said coldly. As soon as his words left his mouth, he charged toward Lu Ming. Swoosh! A snow-white saber appeared in Rama's hand. It was extremely sharp as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist and formed a long spear with his sovereign Dao. He swept the spear out. Clang! Both of their attacks collided. A terrifying force swept out in all directions. Retreat! The people in the surroundings retreated frantically. They were afraid they would be swept in. There was a loud explosion. Lu Ming and Rama both took a few steps back. They're evenly matched. How's that possible? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming was actually evenly matched with Rama. They finally knew why Lu Ming dared to come here. It turned out that he had the ability to do so. Kill! Luo Mo roared. He unleashed his combat power to the maximum and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged over as well. Lu Ming did not unleash his physical strength. He only used his sovereign Dao to fight. Chapter 2477. The curved saber in Luo Mo's hand slashed out continuously. His saber technique was ruthless and fierce. The angle of his attacks was tricky as he aimed for Lu Ming's vital points. However, Lu Ming's long spear shook and transformed into numerous spear rays that blocked everyone's saber rays. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged a few dozen blows. The two of them fought from the courtyard of the governor's estate to the sky. Energy overflowed and swept out in all directions like a storm. However, Luo Mo's figure kept retreating amidst the overflowing energy. Every time he collided with Lu Ming's long spear, he had to take a step back. After a few dozen blows, he had already taken a few dozen steps back. Damn it! How's this possible? How can his combat strength be so strong? Luo Mo roared in his heart. With his cultivation base at the peak of the 3rd level of the void transformation stage, only the king of Feng Ming could suppress him in the Feng Ming kingdom. Right now, Lu Ming, whose cultivation base did not seem high, actually had a stronger combat strength than him. Impossible! In the crowd, Lin Bu roared in his heart. His face was completely distorted. His cultivation base was crippled by Lu Ming. He hoped that Luo Mo could defeat Lu Ming and even cripple Lu Ming's cultivation base so that Lu Ming would suffer a fate worse than death. Unfortunately, his wish was destined not to come true. Liao Min and the others were overjoyed. They knew they had made the right bet. Lu Ming was completely capable of dealing with Luo Mo. They were fearless. Kill him! Kill him! In the sky, Luo Mo roared as he exerted his strength to the limit. His body was even enveloped in a layer of blood-red mist. The curved saber in his hand was also covered in a layer of blood-red light. Its power instantly increased by a level. He was actually able to fight evenly with Lu Ming. The living beings in the Yellow Springs Mountain are stronger than those from the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm when fighting at the same level. Lu Ming's heart jolted. He was slightly surprised. In the outside world, with Lu Ming's battle prowess, just by relying on his Tao of Sovereign, he could probably kill a 3-star heavenly emperor, unless his opponent's talent was shockingly high. But now, with just his Tao of Domination, he could barely gain an advantage over Rama. The living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain cultivated extremely condensed power. Furthermore, the battle skills they cultivated were extremely powerful when used together with that kind of power. In this aspect, he was rather similar to Xian Yanqing. However, Xian Yanqing was stronger. Rama, is this all you've got? Let's end this. Lu Ming said coldly. At this moment, all the muscles and bones in his body started to tremble violently. At the same time, the long spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the great desolate spear. Lu Ming used his physical strength, the heavenly Tao weapon, and the great desolate spear. The two boosts caused Lu Ming's battle prowess to skyrocket. Boom! The great desolation spear swept forward and collided with Rama's saber, resulting in a shocking explosion. The saber in Rama's hand vibrated continuously and the terrifying power sent Rama flying. His arm was almost broken and the blood in his body was in turmoil. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Weapon? Rama was shocked. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming did not give Rama any chance to catch his breath. The great desolate spear continued to thrust forward. Rays of spear light that were 1,000 miles long pierced through space and stabbed towards Rama. Luomo was shocked. He tried his best to block the attacks, but he could not block them at all. Every time he blocked a spear gleam, he would be sent flying. After blocking more than 10 spear gleams, there was finally an opening. Lu Ming pierced his chest with a spear and there was a big hole that penetrated the front and back of his body. Rama spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the destructive power, half of his body had exploded. He was severely injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Lu Ming stepped on the air and swung the great desolate spear. No, no, I'm willing to surrender, Rama shouted in horror. He knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. If he did not surrender, he would die. I've given you a chance previously. It's a pity that you did not cherish it. Lu Ming said coldly. He would not give Rama another chance. He wanted to establish his dominance with this battle. The long spear carried a terrifying power and crushed through. Rama's combat strength was greatly reduced and he could not avoid it. He could only block with his saber. The great desolate spear swept across his scimitar. Along with the scimitar, it heavily smashed into his body. He was like a broken sack as he was sent flying. While he was flying, his body exploded into several pieces. Lu Ming thrust his spear across the air. A ray of spear light pierced through the void and destroyed Rama's soul. Then, a force swept across and kept Rama's storage ring in his hand. Rama was dead. The scene was silent. Everyone knew that with Rama's death, the ranking of the remaining commanders would definitely undergo an earth-shaking change. Among the crowd, Blue's body went limp and he fell to the ground. His face was filled with despair. Lu Ming glanced at Blue coldly but did not kill him. He was a cripple. Leave him to fend for himself. Commander is mighty. Commander is invincible. Liao Min shouted excitedly. Then, the other guards who did not betray Lu Ming also shouted excitedly. They knew that they had made the right bet and were naturally excited. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Rama's subordinates and guards. When Lu Ming's gaze swept across them, those guards and subordinates trembled and broke out in cold sweat. If any of you want to take revenge for Rama, feel free to do so. I'll take all of you on. Lu Ming said coldly. Those people's faces were covered in cold sweat. Commander is invincible. We're willing to serve you. Immediately, a few people rushed out and bowed respectfully to Lu Ming. The few of you still have the face to serve the commander. You're really shameless. Liao Min berated. These people were originally Lu Ming's guards and had submitted to Rama previously. Hey! Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Liao Min. He smiled and said, I'm magnanimous. As long as you come back and work hard for me, I'll let bygones be bygones. To Lu Ming, Yellow Springs Mountain was just a passerby. He would not stay here for long. His main goal now was to make use of the power of this place to search for the other tribes and find out about the cursed lands to obtain fortuitous encounters. Therefore, he did not care if they would betray him or what kind of character they had. It was fine as long as he could use them. He had already crippled Blue and killed Rama. It was enough to make an example out of them. "Thank you, Lord Commander." Those people were overjoyed. "The same goes for all of you. If you submit to me now and work hard for me, I'll let bygones be bygones too." Lu Ming looked at Rama's subordinates. Those people exchanged glances and then bowed to Lu Ming in unison. They said loudly, "We're willing to serve the commander. We're willing to serve the commander." Instantly, all of Rama's subordinates bowed to Lu Ming, expressing their allegiance. Chapter 2478. It was obvious that the monarch of Fengming had been paying attention to this matter. As soon as Lu Ming won, the monarch of Fengming immediately sent someone to appoint Lu Ming as the first commander to rope in Lu Ming. "Thank you, monarch." Lu Ming clasped his fists. "Congratulations, Commander Lu." "Congratulations." The other commanders also came forward to congratulate Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded in response. Not long after, the crowd dispersed. Lu Ming officially took charge of Rama's governor's residence, as well as Rama's army and territory. 2 days later, Lu Ming began to send people to investigate the foreign tribes in Fengming. He also sent people to look for clues about the cursed lands. There were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain that the living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain could not enter. In Fengming, there was a cursed land that was heavily guarded by the monarch of Fengming. After more than 10 days, there was finally news that there were traces of foreign tribes in the north of Fengming. According to the report, there were a total of 3 foreign tribes. Their cultivation levels were unknown, but they did not disturb them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he set off. There was no reason to let the foreign tribes go. Lu Ming charged over. In a valley, the 3 foreign tribes were discussing how to enter Fengming's capital and find a chance to enter the cursed lands. However, the 3 foreign tribes were not particularly strong. 2 of them were 1-star heavenly emperors, while the other was a great emperor. Lu Ming sensed the other party's cultivation level and attacked without hesitation. Bush, bush, bush. Lu Ming charged into the sky and stabbed out 3 spear lights. There was no suspense at all as the 3 foreign tribes were killed. He then took away the other party's storage ring and burned the alien race's corpse to ashes before leaving the place. After that, there were no more traces of the outsiders in Fengming. The Yellow Springs Mountain was huge, and Fengming country was only a small part of it. This time, there were not many people from Fengming country, only a few thousand of them. They were spread out, and naturally, there were not many people from Fengming country. Lu Ming put more effort into the cursed lands. Lu Ming thought about how to find an opportunity to sneak into the cursed land. At this time, Heavenly Monarch Fengming sent someone to summon Lu Ming. In the palace, Monarch Fengming was sitting on the throne in a large hall. Lu Ming walked into the main hall, cupped his fists and said, "Lu Ming greets the monarch." "Commander Lu, please have a seat." Monarch Fengming waved his hand with a mysterious smile on his face. Lu Ming sat down at the side. "I wonder why the monarch has summoned Lu Ming?" Lu Ming asked. Monarch Fengming smiled faintly. He pondered for a while and suddenly said, "Lu Ming, if I'm not mistaken, you're not from the Yellow Springs world, right?" Lu Ming was shocked, but his face remained calm. He said, "You must be joking, monarch. If I'm not from the Yellow Springs world, where would I be from?" "From beyond the heavens." The monarch of Fengming opened his mouth. His eyes became brighter as he said, "There are records in the ancient books of Fengming country. Many years ago, there were people from beyond the heavens who came here. These people were not afraid of the cursed land of Yellow Spring Mountain. They could come and go as they pleased. As for you, I can't find any information about you. It's as if you appeared out of thin air. Furthermore, after you became the commander, you immediately sent people to investigate some strange people. Most importantly, you've been investigating information about the cursed lands during this period of time. No one from the Yellow Springs world is interested in the cursed lands because people from the Yellow Springs world can't enter the cursed lands. Only people from beyond the heavens would be interested in the cursed lands. Am I right? Monarch Fengming stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Lu Ming pondered for a while and said, "That's right, I'm from beyond the heavens." Since the monarch Fengming country was already suspicious, there was nothing to hide. He might as well say it out and negotiate with the monarch Fengming country. "You're really from beyond the heavens." Monarch Fengming's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, I didn't expect it. The records in the ancient records are true. I always thought it was just a legend." After a while, Monarch Fengming calmed down. "Lu Ming, you want to enter the cursed lands, right?" Monarch Fengming asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded and told the monarch Fengming country the truth. Legend has it that the cursed lands were left behind by the oldest ancestor of the Yellow Springs world. Both of you have a great opportunity. Lu Ming, let's work together. I'll let you enter the cursed lands, and we'll split the treasures in half. How about that? Monarch Fengming said. "That's right. If I don't let you enter the cursed lands, you won't be able to. You have to understand this." Monarch Fengming said as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Monarch Fengming was a 4th-level void transformation stage powerhouse. He was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor. All right. Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. It was a win-win situation. Lu Ming did not want to fall out with Monarch Fengming country. "All right. Commander Lu, you can return first. I'll inform you in a few days." Monarch Fengming country smiled. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. Lu Ming returned to the governor's estate. He cultivated as he waited. He was looking forward to the cursed lands. However, it would depend on luck if he could gain anything after entering the cursed lands. This was because there were people who had entered the Yellow Springs world before the 10,000 tribulations. However, it was too long before the 10,000 tribulations. The Heaven Realm was probably still in the earliest primordial era. There were not many powerhouses at that time, and there were not many living beings who entered the Yellow Springs world. Perhaps, there were many cursed lands that had not been explored. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At this time, Liao Min had something important to report to Lu Ming. "Commander, there are more than 10 people outside. They say they're from your hometown and want to see you." Liao Min said, "Hometown?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Were his hometown not from the Heaven Realm? "Let them in quickly." Lu Ming ordered. "Yes." Liao Min nodded and retreated. After a while, he led more than 10 people in. Senior 6 saints. Seeing one of them, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he went forward to greet him. These people were from the Heaven Realm. Lu Ming recognized one of them. He was the Heavenly Venerate 6 saints who guarded the Two-World City. He was a 4-star Heavenly Emperor-level powerhouse. Back then, he had met Lu Ming a few times. Other than the Heavenly Venerate 6 saints, Lu Ming did not recognize the other people. Judging from their cultivation, there were Heavenly Emperors and Great Emperors. Among them, the Heavenly Venerate 6 saints had the highest cultivation. "Liao Min, all of you are dismissed." Lu Ming ordered Liao Min and the others to leave. After Liao Min and the others left, only Lu Ming and the Heavenly Venerate 6 saints were left in the main hall. "Senior, are you near Fengming country?" Lu Ming asked. "No, we came specially to look for you," Heavenly Venerate 6 saints said. After saying that, he sighed and said, "Lu Ming, I'm afraid Fengming country is not safe now." "What happened?" Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. "The foreign tribes have gained the trust of the Dragon Man Empire and control the powerful strength of the Dragon Man Empire." Chapter 2479. WW. by. Chapter 2480. An outsider? It's someone from the outer world. The king of Fengming's heart jolted as he understood. There must be someone from the outer world who was valued by the important figures of the Dragon Man Empire or working with them to enter the cursed land to obtain the treasures inside. Just like the cooperation between him and Lu Ming. "Emissaries, I'm afraid you're a step too late. Someone has already entered the cursed land." The king of Fengming explained. "Someone has entered?" Who is it? What does he look like? A purple-haired member of the evil god tribe asked. He was a royal member of the evil god tribe. In fact, the number of foreign tribes who entered the Yellow Spring Mountain this time was quite large. That person's name is Lu Ming. The king of Fengming described Lu Ming's name and appearance. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Oh, it's Lu Ming. Very good. The divine ancestor has ordered us to kill Lu Ming without mercy if we see him. The few foreign tribes spoke one after another. Their eyes gleamed coldly. You bring us to the cursed land. Otherwise, Fengming Kingdom will be annihilated. One of the members of the evil god tribe said. I'll bring you there now. Don't worry. The king of Fengming quickly nodded. He had no choice. The emissaries were sent by the Dragon Man Empire. He did not dare to disobey them. The Dragon Man Empire had powerhouses at the peak of the Void Transformation stage. As for those at the 4th level Void Transformation stage and above, there were many of them. He was the only 4th level Void Transformation stage powerhouse in Fengming Kingdom. If he disobeyed the Dragon Man Empire, he would die. Lu Ming, don't blame me for being ruthless. You can only blame your bad luck for offending someone you shouldn't have. The king of Fengming said ferociously. Then, he led the emissaries of the other nations and the elites of the evil god tribe to the cursed land. Soon after, they arrived outside the cursed land. Is there any danger in the cursed land? The royal member of the evil god tribe asked. I don't know about that. The king of Fengming shook his head. He was not sure about this, as there was no record of it in the ancient records. Generally speaking, cursed lands are dangerous. I suggest that we stand guard outside and let Lu Ming take the risk and open up a path for us. It would be best if he dies in there. If he doesn't, and comes out with some good fortune, it'll be all for us. What do you think? A member of the evil god race asked. Good, this is very good. That Lu Ming obtained some opportunities and came out in high spirits. I wonder what kind of expression he will have when he discovers the aureole behind him? Haha. Several members of the evil god tribe laughed heartily. Everyone besides Lu Ming, there are some other people, and one of them is an expert at the 4th level of the Void Transformation stage. Why don't we do this? Monarch Fengming rolled his eyes and suggested a scheme. Good ha. After the evil god race member heard this, he laughed heartily. Lu Ming was completely oblivious to what was happening in the outside world. He was fully focused on comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Lu Ming felt that he had benefited greatly. Comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm here for half a month was comparable to fumbling around outside for a few years. I'll go tell Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others that I'll probably need some more time to comprehend it. Lu Ming pondered. Although he did not obtain anything here, Lu Ming felt that there was nothing more useful than this statue. This was his fortuitous encounter. Lu Ming returned to the edge of the formation and found that Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others were still there. Lu Ming told them about the situation inside. Lu Ming, go ahead and cultivate. I'll wait for you here. While you're at it, go look around and search the other places. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints said. They hadn't finished searching this cursed land yet. While Lu Ming was in closed-door cultivation, they could do a thorough search. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming nodded and returned to the statue to continue comprehending the Tao of the sovereign realm. Time passed quickly and 3 months went by. Lu Ming's comprehension of the Tao of the sovereign realm had improved tremendously. Lu Ming felt that as long as he had enough resources, he would be able to break through and become a 4-star martial monarch. Lu Ming planned to find a place to break through after leaving this place. Unfortunately, the will of the sovereign realm in this statue is limited. I've already comprehended most of it, Lu Ming exclaimed. He felt that even if he continued to comprehend the Tao of the sovereign realm, he would not be able to improve much. Right at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the statue. The crack was thin at first, but it quickly grew longer and bigger. In the end, the cracks covered the statue like a spider web. Bang! In the end, the entire statue exploded and turned into ashes. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Would the statue collapse if he comprehended all the will of the sovereign realm in the statue? This was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, Lu Ming could not figure it out. When the statue exploded, a strong aroma filled the air. Lu Ming discovered that there was a pit under the statue, and there was a plant in the pit. The plant was bare and had no leaves. There was only a trunk, and on the trunk hung a red fruit. The fruit was crystal clear, and there was a treasure light circulating around it. It emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. What fruit is this? It has such rich life essence. Lu Ming examined it carefully, but he did not recognize what this plant was. There were no records of this among the various spirit herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs that he had come into contact with. However, the life essence in this fruit was too rich. It was so rich that it was shocking. If I refine this fruit, I'm afraid my physical body will be able to make a breakthrough. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. At the thought of this, his eyes burned with passion. If his physical body made a breakthrough and cultivated the seven gods' mysterious technique to the middle 6th level, he would be able to suppress an ordinary 4-star heavenly emperor with his physical strength alone. He would even be able to fight a 4th-level void transformation stage martial artist in the Yellow Spring Mountain. Coupled with the Tao of Ruler, his combat strength would skyrocket. Refine. Lu Ming made a prompt decision and walked over. He carefully observed it for a while, and there was no danger. Lu Ming uprooted the plant, plucked the fruit, and planted the root in his own little world. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, held the fruit, and observed it for a while. The fruit was the size of a fist, and boundless life essence constantly overflowed. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and swallowed the fruit in one mouthful. Boom! As soon as the fruit entered Lu Ming's body, it was like a volcanic eruption. Waves of blazing energy erupted and rushed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. What shocking energy! Good, good. Lu Ming was not shocked but delighted. Now, his physical body was equivalent to the Heavenly Emperor stage. It was too difficult to break through. One had to know that once his physical body broke through, it would cross several levels. The energy required was too much, shockingly much. The more energy this fruit contained, the greater his chances of breaking through. Chapter 2483. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery red fruit, like a volcanic eruption, exploded in Lu Ming's body, turning into waves that surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming felt as if his body was wrapped in endless magma and was about to melt. Bursts of stinging pain spread throughout his body. The energy contained in this fiery red fruit was really amazing. Even with Lu Ming's current physical body, he could not bear it and was about to be torn apart. Indestructible ancient scripture, power of Dominator. Lu Ming growled and operated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. At the same time, he operated the path of Dominator. The path of Dominator was to dominate everything. Lu Ming tried to dominate these energies and thus control them. It worked. Under the path of Dominator, these energies became much more docile. Then Lu Ming operated the seven gods' mysterious art. His muscles and bones vibrated 10 billion times per second to refine these energies. Streams of energy, like rivers, were used up in Lu Ming's body. With every vibration, endless energy was used up, refined, and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles and bones, strengthening Lu Ming's physical body. Lu Ming's physical body was improving rapidly. It was really fast, much faster than when he used the dragon marrow pool to cultivate in the lair of Zulong. The energy in the lair of Zulong, relatively speaking, was relatively mild. The energy of this fruit was extremely violent. Fortunately, it was Lu Ming. If it were someone else who swallowed the whole fruit, their body would have exploded and they would have died. But the violence brought about the rapid improvement of the physical body. Refine, refine, refine. Lu Ming refined with all his strength. Soon, a month had passed. Boom. Before the energy of the fruit was completely refined, Lu Ming's body vibrated as though thunder was roaring. He broke through. His physical body had broken through, and the seven gods' mysterious art had broken through to the middle of the 6th level. Now, Lu Ming was sufficient to suppress a 4-star heavenly emperor just by relying on the strength of his fleshy body. His combat power increased greatly. There was still some energy left in his body. Lu Ming continued to operate the seven gods' mysterious art to refine all the remaining energy. The remaining energy was naturally not enough for Lu Ming's body to continue breaking through, but it was enough to consolidate it. A few days later, Lu Ming finished refining all the energy and ended his cultivation. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming had already gained a lot from this trip to the Cursed Land. His mastery of the Tao of Sovereigns had deepened, his fleshly body had broken through, and his strength had increased tremendously. What could be better than this? Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and walked back. Soon, Lu Ming arrived near the sword formation. There were only a few people on the other side of the sword formation. Lu Ming has come out. When those people saw Lu Ming, they smiled. Bang! Lu Ming took a big step forward and rushed into the sword formation. When Lu Ming rushed into the sword formation, the formation lit up again. Small sword chi appeared and rushed toward Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming did not use the Tao of Sovereigns. He relied on his fleshly body and the indestructible ancient scripture to block the attack of the sword chi. Lu Ming rushed out 100 meters and then began to use the Tao of Sovereigns to control the sword chi and rush out of the sword formation. Everyone, where are the 6 saints and the others? Lu Ming asked. They're waiting for you outside. Someone said. Lu Ming nodded and followed them out. Along the way, Lu Ming learned that they did not have any other gains in this cursed land. It was obvious that the cursed land had already been plundered by someone before the tribulation. After passing through the passage, they arrived at the huge stone room and saw the 6 saints, Heavenly Sovereign and the others. After chatting for a while, they walked out. After a while, they left the cursed land. From afar, they saw Monarch Fengming and some people waiting for them. Commander Lu, you're finally out. From afar, Monarch Fengming welcomed them with a smile. Monarch! Lu Ming cupped his fists. Commander Lu, how was your trip to the cursed land? Monarch Fengming asked with a smile. Sigh, Monarch, to be honest, we came back empty-handed this time. Lu Ming sighed. You came back empty-handed? Monarch Fengming's expression changed slightly. That's right. I'm afraid that someone has entered this cursed land before the myriad tribulation. If you don't believe me, Lu Ming can swear on it. Lu Ming said. What's there to swear on? Of course, I believe you, Commander. Let's go back and welcome you. Brother, please. Monarch Fengming laughed heartily before extending his hand to invite Heavenly Venerate's 6 sacred over. 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign was caught off guard. At that moment, Monarch Fengming suddenly made his move. A battle sword appeared in his hand and he thrust it at 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign. At such a close distance, 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign was caught off guard. He did not expect Monarch Fengming to suddenly attack him. It was too late for him to dodge. The long sword pierced through 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign's heart. 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign roared and blasted out both his palms. Monarch Fengming pulled out his sword and retreated. 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign fell to the ground and vomited blood. He was severely injured. Lu Ming and the others were shocked by the sudden turn of events. In a flash, they surrounded 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign. Why are you doing this? Lu Ming looked coldly at Monarch Fengming. To get rid of you, of course. The one who spoke was not Monarch Fengming but someone else. Figures flashed in the surroundings, and one after another, figures appeared. It's the evil god tribe. The others in the heaven domain were in an uproar. It's really the evil god tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He understood everything when he saw the evil god tribe. The evil god tribe must have arrived after they entered the heaven domain. Monarch Fengming must have surrendered and pretended to be talking to Lu Ming to launch a sneak attack. Monarch Fengming knew that 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign was a threat, so he launched a sneak attack to get rid of 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign. At the very least, he wanted to injure 6 saints Heavenly Sovereign severely. This way, Lu Ming and the others would be like a turtle in a jar. Lu Ming, the Divine Ancestor has instructed us to kill you if we meet you. You can go in peace. If we kill you, the Divine Ancestor will think highly of us. Lu Ming, your death will be worth it. Several evil god tribe members laughed loudly. Do you think you can kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. Do you want others to come and save you? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Those useless subordinates of yours are all here. One of the evil god tribe members sneered. With a wave of his hand, several heads fell to the ground. Liao Min, Wu Fan. Looking at the heads, Lu Ming's eyes turned red. His body emitted an extremely cold killing intent. Liao Min, Wu Fan, they were all Lu Ming's guards. They had followed Lu Ming from the beginning and had not betrayed Lu Ming. Now, they had been killed by the other party. He was furious. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. Finally, he looked at Monarch Fengming and said, Your Fengming kingdom will be destroyed. Chapter 2484. The monarch of Fengming could not help but shudder when he saw Lu Ming's cold gaze. He then took a deep breath and said with a ferocious expression, You? I'll kill you right now. Sush. The monarch of Fengming made his move. A dazzling sword ray slashed toward Lu Ming. The monarch of Fengming had a cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation stage. In the heaven realm, he was equivalent to a 4-star heavenly emperor. His combat strength was much stronger than a 3-star heavenly emperor. The sword ray was extremely sharp and instantly closed in on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch at an astonishing speed. It landed accurately on the blade of the king of Fengming's sword. The combat sword in the hands of the king of Fengming vibrated continuously. The king of Fengming's body was also shaking violently. He retreated continuously. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking dozens of steps back. Your combat strength? How is it possible? The monarch of Fengming was shocked. In the earlier move, he felt that Lu Ming's strength had completely surpassed his. How was this possible? A few months ago, he had seen the battle between Lu Ming and Luo Mo. At that time, Lu Ming's strength was stronger than Luo Mo's, but not by much. The monarch of Fengming was confident that he could defeat or even kill Lu Ming. He did not expect Lu Ming's strength to surpass his in just a few months. How was this possible? One had to know that at their level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to improve even a little. It required a long period of time, so how could it be improved in just a few short months? The cursed land. He must have obtained a supreme opportunity in the cursed land. That's why his combat strength skyrocketed. The monarch of Fengming thought to himself, Kill. I must kill him and seize his opportunity. The monarch of Fengming roared in his heart. The battle sword in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a black battle sword. Swoosh! The battle sword vibrated as sword chi soared into the sky. This is a Heaven Dao weapon. Lu Ming's heart jolted. It was not a Heaven Dao weapon since the monarch of Fengming's weapon did not contain Heaven Dao energy. However, its level was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. As the monarch of Fengming with a cultivation base at the 4th level void transformation stage, it was normal for him to possess a weapon that was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. Swoosh! The monarch of Fengming made his move again and charged toward Lu Ming. As for the other foreign tribes, they did not make a move. With monarch Fengming taking the lead, they were more than happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. They blocked the monarch of Fengming and blocked the monarch of Fengming's escape. The great Baron spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. A purplish gold glow emanated from his body as he swept the spear out. This time, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. The monarch of Fengming. Boom! The Fengming collided once again. Swoosh! The battle sword in the hands of the monarch of Fengming vibrated violently as a terrifying force surged towards the monarch of Fengming. Fengming, the monarch of the Fengmings, was knocked. His eyes were as round as saucers, a look of disbelief on his face. He had used all his strength, but he was still vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow. His muscles vibrated as he charged toward the monarch of Fengming. His speed was extremely fast. The people in the Yellow Spring Mountain were generally stronger than the people outside. The monarch of Fengming was slightly stronger than the ordinary 4-star heavenly emperors outside. Lu Ming had cultivated the 7 gods mysterious technique to the middle 6th level. He could suppress an ordinary 4-star heavenly emperor with just his physical strength. Therefore, his physical strength was equivalent to the monarch of Fengming. The monarch of Fengming had a battle sword that was equivalent to a Heaven Dao weapon. Lu Ming also had the Great Baron Spear. However, Lu Ming had the monarch of Fengming's Dao of domination. Boom! The Great Baron Spear vibrated and became huge as it charged toward the monarch of Fengming. The monarch of Fengming was shocked as he raised his battle sword to block the attack. The Great Baron Spear landed heavily on the monarch of Fengming's battle sword. The terrifying power caused the monarch of Fengming's arm to explode. The battle sword flew out of his hand. Lu Ming exerted the power of a master and with a sweep, he put away the other party's combat sword. As for the monarch of Fengming, his body smashed into the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground shook as the monarch of Fengming smashed a huge hole in the ground. He kept vomiting blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The powerful monarch of Fengming could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Not good. Let's join forces and kill him. A foreign race member roared. Attack! The other foreign races roared and charged toward Lu Ming. There were a total of 3 4-star heavenly emperors. The rest were 3-star heavenly emperors, 2-star heavenly emperors, and 1-star heavenly emperors. A total of 9 foreign races charged toward Lu Ming. Attacks came from all directions toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not take the attacks head-on. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and charged toward the monarch of Fengming like a long spear. No! The monarch of Fengming roared. However, he was severely injured and could not dodge the attack. Bam! Lu Ming stomped heavily on the body of the king of Fengming. The body of the king of Fengming exploded and turned into ashes under the horrifying and violent force. Only a storage ring flew out and was caught by Lu Ming. Bam! Next, Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground. The ground shook and a huge hole was formed. Cracks that looked like spider webs appeared on the ground. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky and the Great Baron's spear pierced out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of spear radiance pierced through the sky and pierced toward the foreign races. Those 1-star heavenly emperors, 2-star heavenly emperors, and even 3-star heavenly emperors could not resist at all. They were pierced through by the spear radiance and killed in the air. Only the 3 4-star heavenly emperors were able to block it. However, their bodies shook violently and were sent flying by Lu Ming. These 3 4-star heavenly emperors were not as strong as the monarch of Fengming. Not good. Let's go. Get stronger experts to kill Lu Ming. One of the foreign races was horrified and turned to run. The other 2 foreign races ran faster than him. Lu Ming's combat power was not something they could fight against. If they did not run, they would die. The 3 of them ran in 3 different directions. Even if Lu Ming chased after them, he could only chase after one of them. Trying to escape? Lu Ming said coldly. The purplish gold light around his body became even more dazzling. Sovereign! Lu Ming whispered. The Sovereign Dao merged with heaven and earth. It instantly affected the 3 foreign races, wanting to dominate them. The figures of the 3 outsider tribes stiffened instantly. This pause was more than enough. Lu Ming became one with his spear, turning into a purplish gold spear radiance. It pierced through the void and pierced toward one of the foreign races. That foreign race was directly killed by Lu Ming in the air. At this time, the other 2 foreign races had already reacted. They were horrified. Just now, they felt a powerful force acting on them from the unseen world, causing their bodies to stiffen. Run, run, run. The 2 foreign races were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. Chapter 2485. It seems like my sovereign energy can only affect a 4-star heavenly emperor for a split second. Lu Ming thought to himself. This was because he had comprehended the sovereign energy from the statue in the cursed grounds. Lu Ming's understanding of the Sovereign Dao had improved greatly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do it. However, being able to affect a 4-star heavenly emperor for a split second was enough. Those below the 4-star heavenly emperor level would be affected even more. For those with weaker cultivation levels, even if Lu Ming stood still, He could dominate the other party and prevent the other party from attacking him. Buzz. Lu Ming continued to control the sovereign Dao and used it on the remaining two heavenly emperors. The two heavenly emperors' bodies stiffened again. No, no! The two heavenly emperors screamed in their hearts. A ray of spear light shot out and killed one of the heavenly emperors. Next, there was only one last member of the foreign race left. He had already lost the thought of escaping and was attacking Lu Ming like a madman. The outcome was naturally destined. Within a few moves, he was killed by Lu Ming in the air. Lu Ming kept all the storage bracelets and storage rings of the heavenly emperors. The subordinates of the heavenly emperor of Fengming scattered. Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints and the others from the heavenly realm were dumbfounded. Including the heavenly emperor of Fengming, there were 4 4-star heavenly emperors. However, all of them were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's means were simply strange and unpredictable. Senior 6 saints, how are your injuries? Lu Ming walked over and asked. I'm fine. I've stabilized myself. Heavenly Sovereign 6 saints replied. Earlier, he had been severely injured by the heavenly emperor of Fengming. Fortunately, his head and dantian were not injured. Although his injuries were serious, they were not fatal. With his unparalleled vitality, his recovery speed was amazing. Then, let's go and rob Fengming's palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go. The others also revealed a ferocious look. Immediately, they flew towards the palace. When they arrived at the imperial palace, it was already in complete chaos. The news of Monarch Fengming's death had spread out. The experts in the palace were in a state of chaos. They started to snatch the treasures in the palace. In order to snatch the treasures, they fought and killed each other. The imperial palace was plunged into a state of slaughter. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they immediately charged in. They specifically chose Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses to kill. Fengming State, other than the 13 commanders, there were still some other Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. Lu Ming they all killed one on sight. Lu Ming killed 2 Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses in a row and snatched the other party's storage ring. These Heavenly Emperors all carried quite a number of divine stones on them. The amount of resources that Lu Ming would need for his cultivation in the future was too terrifying. One had to know, his current true cultivation was just Great Emperor realm. The resources he consumed were comparable to other people's Heavenly Emperor realm. Then if he broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, how horrifying would the resources expended be? Therefore, what he wanted to do the most now was to accumulate resources. Run! Seeing Lu Ming and the rest charge over, the experts in the imperial palace dispersed in a hubbub. Lu Ming and the rest charged straight into the depths of the imperial palace. In the end, they opened a treasure trove. Inside was the imperial palace's treasure trove. There were large amounts of resources stored inside. All kinds of medicinal herbs, refining materials, even combat weapons, divine stones, and so on. Unfortunately, they did not discover weapons equivalent to Heavenly Emperor weapons. The highest grade was just Great Emperor weapons. There were also large amounts of divine stones. Lu Ming and the rest divided them up. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's contributions were the greatest. He took the lion's share. Lu Ming also accepted it without being courteous. Plundering the imperial palace clean, Lu Ming and the rest left Fengming State's capital and flew into the distance. They flew all the way out several 100,000 miles before they found a hidden place to stop. Heavenly Empyrean 6 Saints was recuperating here, while Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and started counting the gains this time. Lu Ming took out the interspatial rings and interspatial bracelets and started counting them. The interspatial rings of the foreign races were mostly filled with crystals that were specially used by the foreign races. They were not very useful to Lu Ming. However, there were some divine stones in the interspatial bracelets of the foreign races. Lu Ming collected them all together. The greatest gain was still Monarch Fengming. Monarch Fengming had not only contributed a battle sword equivalent to a heavenly Dao weapon, but also a large amount of divine stones. In the end, Lu Ming piled up all the divine stones and counted them. There were about 30 million pieces. 30 million divine stones, each of which was equivalent to 10,000 supreme-grade origin stones. It was a shocking amount of wealth. Now, I can make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Lu Ming smiled. His understanding of the sovereign Tao had reached the standard. Now, he could make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Once his cultivation broke through and he became a 4-star great emperor, Lu Ming's battle strength would skyrocket. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming took out a large number of divine stones and began to absorb the energy in them to break through. This time, Lu Ming did not use the chaos stones. He was planning to use only the divine stones. He only had about 10,000 chaos stones left. He planned to keep them for the time being as they might come in handy in the future. Bang, bang, bang. The piles of divine stones exploded and turned into divine chi unique to the Yellow Springs realm, which was absorbed by Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming activated his path of domination and refined the energy with all his might, transforming it into the power of the world. Lu Ming began to break through to the 4-star Great Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. His body was covered in a purple-golden glow, which made him look extremely noble. After 2 months of cultivation, Lu Ming finally made a breakthrough and reached the 4-star Great Emperor realm. The size of the small world in his body had expanded significantly. The force of the world had become stronger. The force of the sovereign Tao within the force of the world had also become denser. Lu Ming's battle prowess had skyrocketed. Now, with the sovereign Tao alone, Lu Ming could suppress a 4-star heavenly emperor. With the combination of the sovereign Tao in his physical body, Lu Ming could even kill a 5-star heavenly emperor. What was truly powerful was the sovereign Tao. One had to know that Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 4-star Great Emperor realm. If he could kill an enemy who was an entire realm higher, his potential for improvement was huge. How powerful would he be when he reached the Heavenly Emperor realm? Would he be able to compete with the martial gods? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, you have a breakthrough in your cultivation level again. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints was shocked when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Lucky breakthrough. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others gasped. Lucky breakthrough? They smiled bitterly. Why didn't the others have such luck? They were already full of admiration for Lu Ming. How old was Lu Ming now? He could already kill 4-star heavenly emperors consecutively. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, how powerful would his battle prowess be? One had to know that 4-star heavenly emperors were already called heavenly sovereigns in the heaven realm. Lu Ming could already kill heavenly sovereigns consecutively now. In this world, he was almost standing at the peak. In a few more years, he would probably be invincible. They knew that they were witnessing the rapid rise of an invincible figure. Chapter 2486. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? 6 Saints asked. I'm going to the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming said. Previously, when he checked the ancient records, he knew that there was a cursed land in the Dragon Man Empire, which was much larger than the cursed land in Fengming. Go to the Dragon Man Empire? The faces of Heavenly Venerate 6 Saints and the others changed. Lu Ming, there is a 6-star Heavenly Emperor of a foreign race in the Dragon Man Empire who has gained the trust of the Dragon Man Empire. He is probably exploring the cursed land. 6 Saints said with a solemn face. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor was too strong. One more step and he would be a peak Heavenly Emperor. I won't fight them head-on. I'll disguise myself and go over. This time, I'll go check out the situation. If they've already plundered the cursed land, I'll leave immediately. If they haven't, we might be able to take advantage of the situation and fish in troubled waters and make a fortune. Lu Ming said with a smile. In that case, we will go with you. Anyway, we don't know where to go now. 6 Saints said. The others nodded. They really didn't know where to go now. Well, how about this? You all enter my pocket dimension first. I will disguise myself and go alone. Lu Ming said. Okay, let's do that. 6 Saints and the others nodded and then entered Lu Ming's pocket dimension. After everyone entered the pocket dimension, Lu Ming used the divine breath technique and his body began to change. He turned into a dark-skinned young man and left for the Dragon Man Empire. There was a small country between the Dragon Man Empire and Feng Ming. Lu Ming rushed at full speed and took 3 days to reach the Dragon Man Empire. The Dragon Man Empire was vast, at least 10 times larger than Feng Ming. There were many races in the Dragon Man Empire, such as the human race, the Naga race, and so on, but the Dragon Man race was the most numerous. The Dragon Man race had 2 dragon horns on their foreheads and a long dragon tail. Some of them even had dragon scales on their bodies. Other than that, they were no different from ordinary people. Lu Ming walked in a city and looked at these Dragonians. He was secretly amazed. These Dragonians were half human and half dragon. Their bodies emitted a dense dragon aura. They were burly and each of them was more than 2 meters tall. This Yellow Springs mountain sure has many races. Senior ancestral dragon said that the Yellow Springs mountain comes from beyond the heavens. What kind of place is beyond the heavens? Are there many races? 10,000 races contending for hegemony? Lu Ming's thoughts were all over the place, his imagination running wild. He was very curious about beyond the heavens. I have the blood essence of 9 dragons, and I cultivate the dragon god battle body. I've also refined some dragon marrow, so I also have a strong dragon aura. Why don't I disguise myself as a dragon man? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could disguise himself as a dragon, it would be easier for him to do things in the Dragon Man Empire. Immediately, Lu Ming's body began to change rapidly. 2 dragon horns grew out of his forehead, scales appeared on his body, and a long tail grew out of his buttocks. Furthermore, there was a dense dragon aura emanating from his body, making him look exactly like a draconian. Ha! Lu Ming laughed and then swaggered down the street. On the street, the creatures of other races all showed a look of awe when they saw Lu Ming. In the Dragon Man Empire, although there were many races, they were also divided into ranks. There was no doubt that wherever a draconian went, they would be respected and enjoy privileges. Let's go to the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming smiled and flew toward the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. After a few more days, Lu Ming arrived at the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. Lu Ming wandered around the capital of the Dragon Man Empire. An evil god tribe member. After walking for a while, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw an evil god tribe member. This evil god tribe member looked very young, and his cultivation was definitely less than 10,000 years. He should be a prodigy on the longevity list of a foreign race, and his cultivation was only at the Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming revealed a smile and walked over directly. You foreign race, how dare you molest a beauty of my race, you're courting death. Lu Ming glared at this foreign race member and strode toward him. What? This foreign race member was stunned. Kneel down and surrender. Lu Ming grinned and slapped him. The other party was shocked and wanted to resist, but he was too far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly slapped him in the face and knocked him unconscious. In the surroundings, many Draconians looked at Lu Ming curiously. This guy molested a beauty of my race. Shouldn't he be taught a lesson? Lu Ming said casually. Yes, he should be taught a lesson. Recently, this 3-eyed foreign race member has been very arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Good lesson. How dare he molest a beauty of my race? How hateful. Cripple him. The Draconians shouted. Lu Ming smiled. He then grabbed the alien race member and left the place in big strides. After walking a few rounds, he came to a remote place. There was no one around. Lu Ming reached out a finger and tapped this person's glabella. Lu Ming executed the soul-searching technique, wanting to search this person's soul and obtain information. This person's body trembled. Very soon, Lu Ming obtained some useful information. The foreign race did have a 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm expert who was valued by the Draconians Empire. He cooperated with the Draconians Empire and entered the Cursed Land to search for treasures, sharing equally with the Draconians Empire. This time, the foreign race gathered 50 to 60 experts in the Draconians Empire. There were quite a number of Heavenly Emperors. As early as a few months ago, the foreign race entered that Cursed Land. However, they encountered difficulties. There were dangers and obstacles in the Cursed Land. The foreign race's advancement was extremely slow. During this period of time, they had been thinking of ways to conquer that cursed land. Furthermore, in the areas that were conquered, the foreign race had great gains and obtained quite a number of treasures. Not conquered yet, good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That cursed land had not been completely conquered yet, and the places that were conquered had quite a number of treasures. This meant that this cursed land had not been explored by anyone before. There would definitely be great gains inside. Lu Ming decided that this cursed land he must explore it well. Bang! Lu Ming waved his hand. A burst of energy erupted, killing this foreign race. Then, with a fire, he turned this person into ashes. Then, Lu Ming headed for that cursed land. That cursed land was in the west of the Draconian Empire's capital, in a mountain range. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at that place. This mountain range had quite a number of Draconian's powerhouses guarding it. But seeing that Lu Ming was also a Draconians, those Draconians thought that he was one of them and did not care much. Anyway, the Yellow Springs mountain natives could not enter that cursed land. Lu Ming passed through this mountain range very easily and arrived at his destination. In the mountain range, there was a castle. The castle occupied a very large area. This was the cursed land. In the vicinity, there were quite a number of Draconians wandering around, waiting. Chapter 2487. Lu Ming swaggered over. When the Draconians saw him, they did not pay much attention to him. Lu Ming wandered around for a while and suddenly rushed toward the cursed land. What are you doing? You're courting death. The Draconians at the side roared. The people of the Yellow Springs world had been cursed for generations. They could not enter the cursed land. Once they entered, they would die. In their opinion, Lu Ming was courting death. However, Lu Ming did not slow down. He ran wildly and approached the castle in the blink of an eye. He's fine. He's fine. The Draconians looked at each other. According to their experience, as long as they were within a certain range of the cursed land, they would be cursed and die on the spot. However, Lu Ming was fine even after running to the castle. Damn it. He must be a fake. He's pretending to be a Draconian. Damn it. The Draconians thought about it and knew that Lu Ming was a fake. Only people from the outside world could enter the cursed land. However, they could only watch and did not dare to pursue. The castle was extremely huge and the door was open. Lu Ming rushed in directly. Behind the door was a passage that was dark and serene. Lu Ming slowed down and moved forward cautiously. This was because this cursed land was dangerous. However, this passage was not dangerous. When Lu Ming was about to reach the end, he was fine. However, at the exit of the passage, there were two foreign races guarding there. When they saw Lu Ming, they were stunned. This was because Lu Ming was still in the form of a Draconian. How could a Draconian enter this place? Therefore, they could not react in time. Swoosh. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged forward. His palm was like a knife as he slashed horizontally. Bam, bam. Two explosions sounded. The two foreign races were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed past. Behind the passage was a huge platform. In front of the platform, there were two paths. Both were very wide. The two paths led in different directions. The road on the right was pitch black and filled with bloody mist. It looked extremely terrifying. As for the path on the left, it was also filled with a white fog that obstructed one's line of sight, making it impossible to see what was ahead. More than 10 non-humankind beings were either standing or sitting on the platform. A few non-humankind beings were also standing on the left side of the road. Only the intersection on the right was free of outsiders. The moment Lu Ming entered, all of them turned to look at Lu Ming. Draconian? No, it's definitely not a dragon people. Someone is impersonating him. Who cares who he is? He doesn't have the aura of my clan. He must be from the heaven realm. Kill him. Cold auras bloomed one after another as cold voices rang out. A member of the alien race had 4 arms and was extremely fast. He took the lead and charged toward Lu Ming. This foreign race had 3-star heavenly emperor cultivation. It could be said to be very powerful. But who he encountered was Lu Ming. Purplish gold light suffused Lu Ming's body. The power of sovereigns condensed into a long spear and stabbed out. Lu Ming looked like he was stabbing at the void. But when he stabbed out, a miserable cry sounded out. It was only to see that four-armed foreign race appeared out of thin air. His head was already pierced by Lu Ming. A 3-star heavenly emperor was directly insta-killed. Not good, this person is very strong. Attack together. Killed. More than 10 foreign races, other than a few whose cultivation was below heavenly emperor, the other foreign races all attacked. They were all heavenly emperor realm cultivation. There were a few people who were very terrifying. 2 4-star heavenly emperors, 1 5-star heavenly emperor. Lu Ming did not hide his strength anymore and attacked with all his might. The great desolate spear appeared in his hand. Lu Ming bathed in purplish gold light. The long spear trembled, stabbing out several times in succession. 2 4-star heavenly emperors were directly sent flying by Lu Ming, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. And that 5-star heavenly emperor's body shook violently, retreating repeatedly. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength now. How powerful was that? Even a 5-star heavenly emperor was not his match. Not good, this person is troublesome. Quickly call Lord. That 5-star heavenly emperor roared. Call Lord. There were a few foreign races guarding the left side of the road. At this moment, they rushed into that road. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. His killing intent was as cold as a blade as he charged towards those foreign races. With a sweep of the long spear, several foreign races were sent flying. Their bones and tendons were broken, and they died on the spot. Damn it! That 5-star heavenly emperor roared. A yellow stone flew out from his third eye. It emitted a powerful aura and directly smashed towards Lu Ming. This is a heavenly Dao soldier? No, it doesn't have the aura of the heavenly Dao. It's a weapon of this world. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The yellow stone that the other party took out was a weapon equivalent to a heavenly Dao soldier. It was a weapon from Yellow Springs Mountain. There were many strange formations inscribed inside. As long as energy was injected, it could be activated. Boom! Lu Ming shook his long spear and swept it out, colliding with this stone. That stone was sent flying. That foreign race 5-star heavenly emperor was also repeatedly pushed back by Lu Ming's powerful energy. Lu Ming took large strides forward, his long spear stabbing out continuously. One foreign race after another died under Lu Ming's spear. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, those below 4-star heavenly emperor could not block a single move from him at all. In a blink of an eye, there were only 5 or 6 of the dozen foreign races left. The remaining foreign races revealed looks of alarm and fear. They did not dare to continue fighting at all and turned around to run, courting death. At this moment, an angry roar came from the left side of the road. One could see a burly figure rushing out from that road, stirring up white mist like a hurricane. The person had not come out yet, but a berserk aura was already pressing towards Lu Ming. 6-star heavenly emperor? Lu Ming muttered, not the slightest bit afraid. Taking large strides forward, a terrifying purple-gold spear light rushed towards a foreign race 4-star heavenly emperor. That foreign race did his best to block a move and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. One of his arms exploded, suffering heavy injuries. Your Excellency, save me! That foreign race shouted loudly. You dare! Inside the road, that voice roared angrily. Kill! Lu Ming was very decisive, rushing over once again. Spear light tore through the air, directly piercing through that injured 4-star heavenly emperor, killing him in the air. Swish! At this time, a pale white saber light slashed out from the intersection. The power was astonishingly strong. A terrifying force pounced straight for Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming's arm shook. The great spear changed direction with extreme speed, blocking in front of him. Clang! A violent vibration. Lu Ming felt a berserk force rushing towards him. Lu Ming could not help retreating repeatedly. Following that, a burly foreign race holding a battle saber walked out from that intersection. This foreign race's 3 eyes flickered with an ice-cold light. His body emitted a powerful aura. 6-star heavenly emperor. Following that, figures flashed. 5 or 6 figures rushed out from the left side of the road. Each one was an expert. 4 5-star heavenly emperors. Lu Ming saw through the other party's cultivation. 1 6-star heavenly emperor, 4 5-star heavenly emperors. Chapter 2488. A 6-star heavenly emperor, 4 5-star heavenly emperors, formed an encirclement surrounding Lu Ming. Cold killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Heavenly realms trash. That 6-star heavenly emperor opened his mouth icily. This was a foreign race aristocrat. His figure was tall, his entire body covered in purple scales. Holding a battle blade in his hand, he was broad and huge, even taller than an ordinary person. Bang! The other party directly made a move. His burly body closed in on Lu Ming in an instant. An enormous battle blade slashed out violently. Space directly exploded, the power astonishing. Lu Ming's entire body was suffused with a resplendent purple-gold light, urging his power to the limit. When Lu Ming's power was urged to the limit, it was hard for him to continue maintaining his disguise and revealed his original appearance. Buzz! The great desolate spear vibrated frenziedly, sweeping out, colliding together fiercely with the other party's battle blade. With an intense rumble, Lu Ming was repelled back once more. Right now, even if he erupted fully, he was also not a 6-star Heavenly Emperor's match. Heavenly Emperor realm, between each level, there was a considerable gap. Lu Ming, it's you. The moment Lu Ming revealed his true body, the other party recognized Lu Ming. Kill him. Attack together. The other 4 5-star Heavenly Emperors also roared one after another, attacking together. 5 5-star Heavenly Emperors joining hands, the power was extremely terrifying too. Lu Ming brandished his long spear until it was airtight, blocking the other party's attacks. But his figure was still struck back repeatedly, the vital energy and blood within his body in turmoil. Kill. That 6-star Heavenly Emperor also rushed over, slashing out a pale white blade light. Lu Ming did not receive it head-on anymore. His muscles trembled, moving 100 meters horizontally, avoiding the other party's attack. After that, he rushed toward that path on the right. That path did not have any foreign races guarding it. The 5 foreign race powerhouses chased in hot pursuit relentlessly. Swoosh! Lu Ming's speed was very fast. In a twinkle, he arrived at that intersection and did not stop in the slightest, directly rushing over. The 5 outsiders stopped in their tracks. Are we chasing or not? A 5-star Heavenly Emperor asked. There's no need to chase after him. This path is even more dangerous than the one on the left, and it's much more difficult. This kid will only die if he goes in. Leave 2 people here to guard this place. We'll continue to attack over there. If there's any movement here, inform me immediately. That 6-star Heavenly Emperor instructed. The others nodded. They waited for a while longer. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't come out, a few of them returned to the left path, leaving 2 people to wait nearby. Lu Ming entered the path on the right and kept going forward. This path was filled with blood-red mist, blocking their line of sight and preventing them from seeing what lay ahead. The non-humankind didn't chase after us. I'm afraid this place is dangerous. Lu Ming pondered. He was on full alert, and his body was covered with the power of a sovereign. With the great desolation spear in hand, he carefully advanced. After walking for over 10 miles, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded from the front. That's right, it was a dragon's roar. Is there a true dragon here? Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. He continued to move forward. The dragon's roar became louder and louder. Suddenly, the mist surged, and 2 blood-red lights appeared in the mist, like 2 blood moons. Then, a huge true dragon appeared in the blood mist. The true dragon was blood-red all over. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cold killing intent. True dragon, there's actually a true dragon. Lu Ming was bewildered. This was the Yellow Springs Mountain, which came from outer space. In the heaven domain, the ancestral dragon was known as the ancestor of all true dragons. In that case, weren't there only true dragons in the heaven domain? Could it be that there were also true dragons in outer space? Then the saying that the ancestral dragon was the ancestor of all true dragons was worth discussing. No, it's not a physical body. It's an illusory body. Then Lu Ming's gaze moved. He discovered that this true dragon looked like a physical body, but there was no aura of life on its body. Instead, it was condensed from a kind of energy. As soon as this true dragon saw Lu Ming, it roared loudly and pounced toward Lu Ming. 1-star Heavenly Emperor. The moment this true dragon made a move, Lu Ming determined that the other party was equivalent to a 1-star Heavenly Emperor's cultivation. 1-star Heavenly Emperors were naturally not Lu Ming's match. Lu Ming stabbed out with a spear and routed this true dragon. But, after this true dragon was routed, it turned into a surge of energy and drifted backward, then condensed into a physical body again. Following that, even more roars came over. Amidst the blood mist surging, another blood-red true dragon appeared. The auras emitted were both strong and weak. But the weakest was 1-star Heavenly Emperor. The strongest already reached 3-star Heavenly Emperor. The moment these true dragons saw Lu Ming, they all roared angrily and pounced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the great desolate spear in his hand and rushed over. The long spear trembled, stabbing out one spear light after another, piercing into the heads of these true dragons, routing these true dragons. But the moment these true dragons were routed, they immediately condensed again. They could not be killed at all. Kill! Lu Ming rushed over, going deep inside. But he discovered that more and more true dragons appeared. Furthermore, there were already 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm true dragons. From front to back, there were more than 20 of them, surrounding Lu Ming. Why are there so many true dragons? Could these be dragon souls? Lu Ming guessed. More than 20 true dragons pounced toward Lu Ming continuously. After being routed by Lu Ming, they condensed again. But Lu Ming finally discovered one point. Each time these true dragons were routed, they would become a little weaker. It was not that they could not be killed at all. As long as they were killed a few more times, they could still be killed. Lu Ming's long spear trembled continuously. Resplendent and sharp spear light shot out continuously, blowing up these true dragons. Amen. Right at this time, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that the divine 9-dragon cauldron that had been quiet in his sea of consciousness all along actually had an abnormal movement. Ever since the divine 9-dragon cauldron exhausted its energy more than 100 years ago, there had never been any abnormal movement. But now, there was an abnormal movement. Could it be related to these true dragons? Lu Ming did not even think about it and directly summoned the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Buzz. The moment the divine 9-dragon cauldron came out, it shook violently. The true dragon carving on the cauldron emitted a resplendent light. The true dragon on it seemed to have come alive. Following that, an intense dragon roar emitted from the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Then, a 9-dragon phantom emerged, opening its big mouth and letting out a long roar. A terrifying devouring force emitted from the 9-dragon phantom's mouth. Those blood-red true dragons revealed a look of fear and let out a wail. But in the next moment, these blood-red true dragons actually turned into streaks of red light, flying into the 9-dragon's mouth and disappearing. More than 20 blood-red true dragons in a row, regardless of cultivation level, were all swallowed into the 9-dragon phantom's mouth. Buzz. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook violently. On the surface, it emitted a powerful aura. The divine 9-dragon cauldron revived. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Chapter 2489. Lu Ming did not expect that after the divine 9-dragon cauldron devoured this kind of blood-red true dragon, it actually revived and emitted a powerful undulation. Although it was still far from its heyday back then, it was also very astonishing. This kind of blood-red true dragon is actually useful to the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The more the better. Lu Ming laughed loudly in his heart. Just now, he was still rather depressed because of these blood-red true dragons. Now he wished for more. Lu Ming's mind stirred, put away the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and continued forward. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars continuously sounded out. As Lu Ming went deeper, blood-red true dragons appeared continuously, the numbers getting more and more. Furthermore, their cultivation was also getting stronger and stronger. At the back, 5-star Heavenly Emperor realms actually appeared. However, after Lu Ming summoned the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron, it directly devoured these blood-red true dragons. If one did not work, he would summon 2. This road was very long. Lu Ming walked a full 1,000 miles before reaching the end. And Lu Ming already had several Divine 9-Dragon Cauldrons awaken. At the end of the road was a huge wasteland. In the center of the wasteland, there was a huge mountain peak. Roar! Roar! One dragon roar after another reverberated throughout heaven and earth. So many, Lu Ming was dumbfounded with amazement. He saw one blood-red true dragon after another cruising on the wasteland. At a glance, there was no idea how many there were at all. The aura varied in strength. Some were 1-star Heavenly Emperors, some even reached 6-star Heavenly Emperors. Lu Ming was not alarmed but delighted instead. So many blood-red true dragons were all treasures in Lu Ming's eyes. To others, these blood-red true dragons were nothing short of murderous. For example, to the foreign races, they were terrifying killing stars. Those foreign races, the strongest was only 6-star Heavenly Emperors. If they rushed here, there was probably only a dead end. No wonder this road on the right has no foreign races. Turns out that it's so dangerous, huh? Thinking up to here, Lu Ming laughed loudly. In Lu Ming's eyes, these true dragons were all nourishment for the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. If the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron was fully awakened with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he would definitely be able to unleash the full power of the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. When those blood-red true dragons saw Lu Ming, they let out roars and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and dashed over as well. The moment he dashed out, a huge cauldron flew out from his glabella. A total of 9 cauldrons floated out from the cauldrons, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Then, they condensed into the figure of 9 dragons, which opened their mouths and unleashed a powerful devouring force. The power of devouring enveloped those blood-red true dragons. Those below 6-star Heavenly Emperor did not have the strength to fight back at all. They directly turned into streaks of blood-red light and flew into the 9-dragon phantom's mouth, turning into energy to stimulate the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. On top of the 9 Divine 9-Dragon Cauldrons, they all emitted brilliance. The aura became stronger and stronger. The dragon-shaped carvings on them seemed to have come alive. Very soon, the blood-red true dragons in this area were devoured clean. Lu Ming immediately moved to another place and went to devour the blood-red true dragons in other areas. If those few foreign races knew that Lu Ming entered this place so easily, they would probably be angered to death alive. Lu Ming ran continuously, devouring the blood-red true dragons here. In a short few hours, more than half of the blood-red true dragons here were devoured by Lu Ming. The reason why he spent a few hours was mainly that those blood-red true dragons equivalent to 6-star Heavenly Emperor realms still had some resistance and were harder to deal with. Bang! Just as Lu Ming was about to continue controlling the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron to devour the blood-red true dragons, in the middle of the wasteland, that mountain suddenly shook. Then, it emitted a resplendent blood-red light. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from that mountain, shaking heaven and earth. This mountain also has a true dragon. Wait a minute, this mountain can't be a great tomb, right? A true dragon great tomb. Lu Ming could not help guessing. And the more he looked, the more it looked like it. It was extremely likely that an extremely powerful true dragon was buried in this mountain. Many years after death, the dragon's soul emitted out, turning into blood-red true dragons. This was extremely likely. The Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron only revived after devouring this kind of dragon soul. On that mountain, the dragon roar became louder and louder. Following that, a dazzling blood-red light pervaded the air. A huge blood-red true dragon rushed out of the mountain, emitting a powerful and astonishing aura. Peak 7-star Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes turned intent. The aura emitted by this blood-red true dragon already reached peak Heavenly Emperor. It was extremely terrifying. Who knows how many years after death, just the remnant dragon soul can reach peak Heavenly Emperor. This true dragon shouldn't have been a powerful martial god realm existence when it was alive, right? Lu Ming guessed, secretly clicking his tongue. At this moment, the 9 dragon phantoms also let out a long roar. The 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons emitted a resplendent brilliance. The 9 dragon phantoms directly pounced towards that peak heavenly emperor realm blood-red true dragon. That blood-red true dragon also pounced towards the 9 dragon phantoms. The 2 enormous dragons intertwined in the air, fighting fiercely. Vast dragon might spread out in all directions. The other blood-red true dragons prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to make any unusual movements at all. The 2 giant dragons were locked in a fierce battle. It was not that the 9 dragon phantoms' combat strength was so powerful, comparable to a peak heavenly emperor. It was not like that. But the 9 dragons seemed to be innately restraining the other party. Or rather, it was restraining the dragon soul. Therefore, the 2 were locked in battle. This battle was a battle that lasted for a long time. Because once that blood-red true dragon was defeated, it would condense again. However, every time the other party was defeated, the 9 dragons would take the opportunity to devour some of the other party's dragon soul. But that mountain had an endless stream of dragon soul replenishing it. Therefore, that blood-red true dragon maintained its peak state from beginning to end, fighting with the 9 dragons. This battle lasted for a full month. Lu Ming was speechless and simply cultivated at the side. However, after a month of fighting, the 9 dragon phantoms finally gained the upper hand. Because in that mountain, there was finally no more dragon soul replenishment. Without replenishment, every time the other party was defeated by the 9 dragons, a portion would be devoured, and it would become weaker and weaker. In the end, that true dragon was defeated by the 9 dragons, then turned into wisps of light, completely devoured by the 9 dragons. Buzz. After devouring that true dragon, the divine 9 dragon cauldron shook violently. It was dazzling, its aura reaching its peak. The divine 9 dragon cauldron had completely awakened. Lu Ming could control it with a thought. What terrifying power! Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Feeling the power emitted from it, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He felt that if he controlled 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons at the same time now, he would probably be able to erupt with the power of a peak heavenly emperor. Lu Ming was overjoyed. In other words, with the divine 9 dragon cauldron in hand, he could completely fight with a peak heavenly emperor. Continue. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and continued to devour the remaining blood-red true dragons. Not long after, the blood-red true dragons on the wasteland were all devoured by the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Not a single one was left. Chapter 2490. On the opposite side of the wasteland, there was also a path that led straight ahead. No one knew where it led. Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the path. He was much more confident now. Now, with the help of the divine 9 dragon cauldron, he was not afraid even if he encountered a peak heavenly emperor. Right now, only invincible powerhouses and martial god realm existences posed a threat to Lu Ming. However, the number of such existences was too small. Martial god realm existences, currently, only the foreign race's sacred ancestor and ancestral dragon were left. As for martial emperor powerhouses, the number was also not many. For example, Chaos Emperor and Imperishable Emperor had both fallen. This kind of character had half a foot into the martial god realm. Heavenly realm and evil god realm added up, there were not many. According to what Lu Ming knew, this time, neither the heavenly realm nor the evil god race had such a character come in and stand guard outside. Of course, this was only what it looked like on the surface. Whether there was such a character in the dark or not, Lu Ming could not be sure. Along the way, there was no danger at all on the following road. It was calm and peaceful. Lu Ming advanced at least several thousand miles. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Although the castle looked big from the outside, it was not that exaggerated. After entering, he discovered that the space inside was shockingly large. It probably used spatial technology. After several thousand miles, the road narrowed, only allowing several people to pass side by side. After advancing another 1,000 miles, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, because a door appeared in front of him. It was the end. Lu Ming strode forward, using the divine nine-dragon cauldron to protect himself, and rushed through the door. Behind the door was a vast hall. The hall was filled with dazzling light. When Lu Ming saw it, he was stunned. The source of the light in the hall was many balls of light. In the hall, there were many balls of light. Each ball of light was dazzling. Inside each ball of light was a treasure. Yes, they were treasures. Most of them were battle weapons. There were also some storage rings or storage bracelets. All of them were treasures. There were hundreds of them. "Ah, I'm rich." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then he flew up and grabbed at a ball of light. However, when Lu Ming approached the ball of light, it flew away as if it had a mind of its own. Don't even think about leaving." Lu Ming chuckled. His muscles trembled as he shot forward, his Tao of the Sovereign Lord transforming into an enormous hand that reached out to grab the ball of light. This time, the ball of light couldn't fly away and was caught in Lu Ming's hand. However, after grabbing the ball of light, Lu Ming didn't take out the battle weapon because it was blocked. That ball of light seemed to be formed by the formation above. It wouldn't be easy to take out the treasure inside. Refine. Lu Ming unleashed his sovereign power and began to refine the ball of light. Fortunately, the defensive power of the ball of light wasn't that strong. After a few minutes, Lu Ming opened it, and a spear-like weapon fell into Lu Ming's hands. It's only equivalent to a great emperor weapon. Lu Ming was a little disappointed when he checked it. This spear was only equivalent to a great emperor weapon. It wasn't very useful to Lu Ming. However, it wasn't bad to bring it out and give it to others. Lu Ming kept it. Then, Lu Ming grabbed another ball of light. Inside this ball of light was also a combat weapon, a combat sword. After being caught by Lu Ming, he refined it for a few minutes. Then, Lu Ming took out the battle sword. It's equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon. This time, Lu Ming was overjoyed. This battle sword was actually equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon. It was filled with layers of strange formations. Lu Ming injected energy into it and waved the battle sword, erupting with astonishing power. A weapon equivalent to a heavenly Tao weapon was priceless. Lu Ming hadn't obtained many of them so far. Even if Lu Ming didn't use it himself, he could bring it out and give it to the Heavenly Realm's Heavenly Emperor. It could greatly increase the Heavenly Realm's combat power. After obtaining a heavenly Tao weapon, Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. He continued to grab other balls of light. Next, Lu Ming grabbed dozens of balls of light. However, there weren't many heavenly Tao weapons. However, there were more than 30 balls of light, and there were 5 heavenly Tao weapons. The rest were almost all great emperor weapons. In addition, those storage rings and storage bracelets were mainly made of divine stones. A large number of divine stones. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This time he really hit the jackpot. There were more than 30 balls of light, and there were 5 heavenly Tao weapons. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. There were hundreds of balls of light here. Didn't that mean there were dozens of heavenly Tao weapons? If this was spread out, it would scare people to death. Also, there were a large number of divine stones. Lu Ming wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time in the future. Lu Ming was even more excited as he collected those balls of light. Right at this moment, in the other direction of the main hall, behind a door, a figure flashed, and dozens of figures rushed in. The Evil God Tribe. They were all the Evil God Tribe members that Lu Ming had encountered previously. It seemed that after so long of hard work, these foreign races had finally opened up the left path. The left and right paths ultimately led to this main hall. When these Evil God Tribe members saw those balls of light in the main hall, their eyes burst with a fiery light. When they saw Lu Ming, their fiery light turned into ice-cold killing intent. It's Lu Ming. Damn it, he didn't die. That foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor roared. Lu Ming had entered the right path and actually didn't die. Moreover, he had entered here earlier than them. This made them very puzzled. But now, they didn't think too much about it. Because when they saw Lu Ming collecting those treasures, their eyes turned red. They had worked hard for several months. In their opinion, these treasures were all theirs. Kill him. The foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor shouted coldly, holding a battle blade, taking the lead to charge towards Lu Ming. A cold blade light chopped towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the other foreign races also attacked Lu Ming, wanting to behead Lu Ming. Originally, I wanted to go and find you all after collecting these treasures. Now that you all delivered yourselves, I'll send you all on your way then. Lu Ming opened his mouth indifferently. With a thought, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons flew out. Buzz. The divine 9 dragon cauldrons trembled, emitting a horrifying aura, suppressing towards the several dozen foreign races. Not good. Feeling the power emitted by the divine 9 dragon cauldrons, that 6-star heavenly emperor realm foreign race was greatly alarmed, erupting with full power, turning the attack into defense. But the other foreign races' reactions were not so fast. Bang! When the divine 9 dragon cauldrons bombarded down, the bodies of those foreign races with weaker cultivation directly exploded. Even 5-star heavenly emperors had their bodies torn apart by that vast power of the divine 9 dragon cauldrons, perishing on the spot. Only that 6-star heavenly emperor did not perish. But he also sustained serious injuries, retreating while vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The divine 9 dragon cauldrons, 9 cauldrons erupting together, the power was equivalent to peak great emperors. How could these foreign races possibly block it? That foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor turned around and fled without even thinking. But it was already too late. The 9 large cauldrons enlarged rapidly, suppressing in all directions, enveloping him inside. The foreign race roared loudly, his battle blade slashing out violently, slashing out several hundred streaks of blade light. Chapter 2491. This foreign race was indeed very strong. He had the cultivation of a 6-star heavenly emperor, and the battle saber in his hand was also a heavenly Tao weapon. However, the divine 9 dragon cauldron was not an ordinary heavenly Tao weapon. Ancestral Gregon had told Lu Ming before that the divine 9 dragon cauldron was refined by Ancestral Gregon with the help of the 9 dragons. It cost Ancestral Gregon and the 9 dragons endless effort. In the end, the 9 dragons used it to suppress the passage. It was no small matter, and its power was far from what an ordinary heavenly Tao weapon could compare to. It had even surpassed the category of a heavenly Tao weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The battle saber of the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor constantly slashed on the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Sparks flew in all directions, and it shook continuously. However, every time it collided with the divine 9 dragon cauldron, the body of the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor would shake. A powerful force blasted towards him, causing him to suffer a heavy blow. After several hundred consecutive collisions, puff! The other party vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out. Lu Ming, this time, my race's Saint Ancestor and Saint Ancestor Sha Xen will definitely be able to recover to their peak. At that time, the heavenly realm will definitely be destroyed. You will also die without a burial ground. The foreign race heavenly emperor roared. Comfort yourself. Be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly, trying his best to control the divine 9 dragon cauldron, bombarding down one after another. In the end, the foreign race 6-star heavenly emperor finally could not resist. His body cracked and then exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he kept the foreign race's storage bracelet. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to collect those treasures. Instead, he rushed towards the passage that the foreign race had just entered. He would first kill all the foreign races and then collect the treasures in peace. When he came to that passage, there were actually those blood-red true dragons roaming around. However, the number was much less than the passage on the right. Moreover, they were not too strong. They were much weaker. No wonder those foreign races could rush over. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and swallowed all the blood-red true dragons. Following this path, he walked outside. Indeed, there were some foreign races guarding there. They were all killed by Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming returned to the main hall and began to collect those balls of light. After spending a few days, Lu Ming finally collected all the treasures in the balls of light. There were 35 Heaven Dao soldier weapons, and the rest were Great Emperor weapons. There was also a large number of god stones. Lu Ming did not go to collect them. In any case, it was enough for him to use for a while. Especially the 35 Heavenly Dao Soldier level treasures. If he brought them out, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Although this Yellow Springs Mountain is dangerous, it is also accompanied by opportunities. Lu Ming sighed. I wonder how Xiaoqing, Bubbles, Dandan, Huangling and the others are doing? Lu Ming thought of Xian Yanqing and the others and couldn't help but worry. The Yellow Springs world could be said to be extremely dangerous. Not only would he have to face the otherworldly demons, he would also have to face the experts of the Yellow Springs realm. Xian Yanqing and Dandan were still alright, they both reached the Heavenly Emperor realm. As for Bubbles, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, their cultivation levels were still low. Furthermore, there were his 2 disciples. If they encountered the opposing Heavenly Emperor, they would be in danger. All of this would have to depend on their luck. The vast Yellow Springs Mountain was huge and boundless. It was as big as the 9 heavens regions of the Heaven Realm combined. There were hundreds of large and small countries and forces. In addition, there were large areas of wilderness. Many wilderness areas were uninhabited, but there were also cursed lands. There was a huge lake. The lake water inside was pitch black and emitted shocking devil chi. A figure suddenly appeared in the area. It was Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward, walked into the lake, and disappeared. In another place, among the mountains, a mountain range suddenly split open. Gravel flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. When the smoke and dust settled, a huge tomb appeared in the direction where the mountain range split open. It was incomparably huge and emitted a vast pressure. A figure rushed out from the gravel. Ah, I knew it. There's a huge tomb here, and the treasures in this tomb are mine. The figure laughed loudly and rushed into the tomb. In another direction, there was a strange terrain. The ground here was filled with tunnels. These tunnels were connected like a beehive. 2 figures appeared at the entrance of one of the tunnels. These 2 figures were Lu Ming's 2 disciples, Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli. I didn't expect there to be a cursed land in this wilderness. Senior sister, should we go down and check it out? Ouyang Moli asked. The 2 of them were lucky. They did not expect to encounter it soon after entering Yellow Springs Mountain. Since we're here, of course we should go in. Lu Xiang said. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in those beehive-like caves. A terrifying suction force gushed out. Oh no. Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli wanted to escape, but it was too late. They were swept into the cave by this force. In other places, many people had fortuitous encounters and entered some mysterious places. The people of Yellow Springs Mountain could not enter these places. For example, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others met the top elites of the heavenly realm. They explored a few cursed lands with these elites. Of course, there were also those who were unlucky. They met the other tribes and were killed by them. Or, they were killed by the local elites of Yellow Springs Mountain. Of course, there were also those who were killed by the heavenly realm elites. For example, Lu Ming had killed many of the other tribes since he entered Yellow Springs Mountain. After Lu Ming kept all the treasures, he wandered around the main hall. There were several doors around the main hall. There were 2 doors. They were the doors that Lu Ming and the others had entered through. Lu Ming explored the rest. However, these doors led to the other side halls. There was nothing in those side halls. Soon, there was only 1 door left. Lu Ming had not explored it. Lu Ming walked in. The passageway led him to a small hall. The hall was completely empty, with only a single statue in it. Seeing this statue, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Because this statue was exactly the same as the one Lu Ming saw in the ruins of Feng Ming country. Moreover, this statue also emitted a rich sovereign's will. It was many times richer than the one in Feng Ming country. Could it be that there's such a statue in every cursed land? Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. The sovereign's will on the statue was more precious than anything to Lu Ming. It could help Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign's path quickly deepen. Comprehend. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the statue and began to comprehend. Lu Ming activated his sovereign's path and resonated with the statue. The rich sovereign's will on the statue enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming began to comprehend carefully. The will of the ruler realm on the sculpture was a lot stronger than Feng Minggua's sculpture, thus it would take him a lot more time to comprehend it. It took Lu Ming 2 years to comprehend it. Chapter 2492. Over the past 2 years, Lu Ming had completely comprehended the will of the master on the statue. Lu Ming's understanding of the sovereign Tao had improved a lot. However, Lu Ming felt that he was still a little short of breaking through to the 5-star Great Emperor realm. Although the sovereign intent on the statue was very dense, even denser than the statue in Feng Minggua. However, as one's cultivation level increased, each breakthrough would be more difficult and the requirements would be higher. When the will of the ruler was fully comprehended, the statue began to crack, just like the statue in Feng Minggua. It was filled with cracks, and in the end, it exploded with a bang. It exploded! Lu Ming was filled with anticipation as he ran up to take a look. The statue in Feng Minggua had exploded. There was a fiery red fruit growing under the statue. After Lu Ming refined it, his physical body directly broke through. What would there be this time? There was nothing. When Lu Ming went up to take a look, he discovered that there was only a flat floor under the statue. There was nothing there. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He carefully searched the area but still found nothing. I was too greedy. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. It seemed that the fiery red fruit growing under the statue in Feng Minggua was purely coincidental. Moreover, the harvest this time was already very great. Lu Ming was satisfied. It has been more than 2 years. It's time to leave. Lu Ming smiled and then left this place. After arriving at the platform outside, Lu Ming's body changed rapidly with a thought. In the end, he turned into a purple-haired evil god tribe member with a third eye on his forehead. Lu Ming swaggered out of this cursed land. Outside the cursed land, a group of Dragonians was still guarding there. He's out. When they saw Lu Ming, the group of Dragonians became spirited. After all, it had been 2 years. There had been no movement in the cursed land. They had thought that all the evil god tribe members had died in there. How was it? What did you find inside? After Lu Ming came out, a group of Dragonians surrounded Lu Ming. Everyone, we've encountered a troublesome situation inside. We don't have enough manpower, and another group of experts from my clan has arrived. I need to go and help them. Lu Ming said. So that's how it is. Go then. Those Dragonians did not suspect anything and let Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming easily left this place, then found a hidden place, transformed into a dragon man, and swaggered to the capital of the Dragon Man Kingdom. In the Draconid capital, Lu Ming began to collect large amounts of materials related to the cursed land. If there was a statue in every cursed land, it would be very useful to Lu Ming. He might be able to cultivate his Tao of Sovereign to an extremely high level in Yellow Springs Mountain. What Lu Ming lacked now was time. After all, Lu Ming had only cultivated for less than 200 years. For those heavenly emperors who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, it was just a fraction of a fraction. If the foreign race's divine ancestor obtained a healing treasure during this trip to Yellow Springs Mountain, and the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor killer heart recovered from their injuries, then the final battle would be imminent. Lu Ming had to make the best use of his time to improve quickly before that. Lu Ming stayed in the capital of the Draconid Empire for 2 months. He flipped through a large number of ancient books, all of which were records of the cursed land. There were many cursed lands in Yellow Springs Mountain. Some were in important places, such as the capital of Fengming Kingdom and the capital of the Draconid Empire. These places were often guarded by the native living beings of Yellow Springs Mountain. As for the cursed lands in the wild, because they were too remote and the natives could not enter, no one cared about them. Lu Ming's target was these cursed lands in the wild. Let's go to Yanming Mountain. After confirming his target, Lu Ming left the capital of the Draconid Empire. After traveling more than 100,000 miles, Lu Ming transformed into his true body and called out Heavenly Sovereign's 6 Sacred and the others from his small world. Senior 6 Sacred, I'm going to Yanming Mountain. Lu Ming told him his target. We'll go with you. Heavenly Sovereign Six Sacred said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded, and the group moved together toward Yanming Mountain. Yanming Mountain was very remote and located in the wilderness. There were very few people there, but there was a cursed lands, the Yanming Underground Palace. After flying for tens of millions of miles, the group arrived at the Yanming Underground Palace. But as soon as they entered, they were attacked. This underground palace had a kind of puppet covered in flames. It was very strong. The group broke through and entered. This underground palace should not have been plundered by anyone. They obtained a lot of good things, but compared to what Lu Ming had obtained in the Draconid Empire, this was considered little. And in the depths of this underground palace, Lu Ming saw another statue. Just what is the origin of this statue's owner? There's a statue in every cursed land. Could it be the owner of Yellow Springs Mountain? Lu Ming guessed. Moreover, this statue also had a strong sovereign aura. But compared to the statue in the Draconid Empire's cursed lands, it was not much different. Lu Ming spent some time to completely comprehend it. The statue also shattered, but there was still nothing underneath it. After that, they left the Yanming Underground Palace and went to the next cursed lands. In the following days, Lu Ming and the others went to various cursed lands in the wilderness. Some of them had gained something, but some of them were empty. They had clearly been plundered. But for Lu Ming, every cursed land was a land of treasure. The reason for that was because there was a statue in every cursed land. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints and the others also knew that these statues were very useful to Lu Ming, so they waited patiently in every cursed land. Moreover, in some cursed lands, they also encountered foreign tribes and fought with them. But with Lu Ming's current battle strength, they naturally swept away those foreign tribes. Just like this, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Lu Ming and the others explored no less than 20 cursed lands. Unfortunately, many of the statues in the cursed lands did not have a very strong sovereign aura. Lu Ming could easily comprehend them, but it did not improve Lu Ming's sovereign Dao by much. Even so, Lu Ming's cultivation base still improved, and he stepped into the 5-star Great Emperor realm. Lu Ming's strength also increased by a level. Now that Lu Ming unleashed his full strength, the combination of his sovereign Dao and physical body was enough to match a 6-star heavenly emperor. I still have to find some large cursed lands. Sitting cross-legged under a statue in one of the cursed lands, Lu Ming thought to himself. Over the years, Lu Ming had already figured out the pattern. In small cursed lands, the sovereign aura in the statues was thinner. Chapter 2493. However, most of the large cursed lands were in the hands of powerful factions. For example, those factions with invincible powerhouses guarding them. Also, the largest cursed land in the Yellow Springs Mountain was in the hands of the strongest faction in the Yellow Springs Mountain, the Yellow Springs Empire. Without a doubt, the Yellow Springs Empire was the ruler of the Yellow Springs world. It was also the only faction with an immortal overseeing it. Moreover, there was more than one immortal overseeing the entire Yellow Springs world. It could be said that all the factions in the Yellow Springs world were vassals of the Yellow Springs Empire. The Yellow Springs Empire. Thinking of the Yellow Springs Empire, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. He had checked the ancient records before and knew that the largest cursed land in the Yellow Springs world was in the Yellow Springs Empire. Legend had it that there were fruits of life in the cursed land. No matter how serious the injury, it could be healed. Even if it was an immortal, it would be very effective. Moreover, there were other treasures in it. Lu Ming guessed that the ancestral dragon and the other tribe's divine ancestor would definitely go to the Yellow Springs Empire because only the fruits of life there could heal their injuries. However, that place was not somewhere he could go now. It would be a waste of time to go against the other tribe's divine ancestor. It was better to focus on improving his strength first. Lu Ming closed his eyes and comprehended the sovereign intent on the statue in front of him. The sovereign intent on the statue was very faint. Lu Ming spent less than a month to completely comprehend it. After searching for a while and finding nothing else, Lu Ming met up with Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints and headed outside. After leaving the ruins, they chose a direction and flew away. Wait! After flying for a while, Lu Ming suddenly spoke and stopped. The others also stopped. Something's wrong. This area is too quiet. Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints was very experienced and immediately felt that something was wrong. This area was completely silent. It was as if there were no living creatures, not even insects. Something was definitely wrong. At this moment, figures flashed in all directions and a large number of figures appeared, surrounding Lu Ming and the rest. Among these people, there were great emperors and heavenly emperors. They all emitted cold killing intent as they stared at Lu Ming and the others. "Everyone, who are you? Why are you surrounding us?" Lu Ming asked. "The people who will kill you." A cold voice sounded, and two figures walked out from the crowd. Evil God race. Lu Ming, Heavenly Sovereign Six Saints, and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw the two of them. Lu Ming. When the two members of the Evil God race turned their gazes toward Lu Ming, they emitted cold killing intent. "Kill them." One of the members of the Evil God race gave the order. Push, push, push. Those experts immediately moved, charging at Lu Ming and the others. Over 100 attacks were sent out, wanting to drown Lu Ming and the others. The strongest is a 5-star heavenly emperor. As soon as these people attacked, Lu Ming judged their strength. The strongest were 5-star heavenly emperors. There were only 2 people. The rest were all below 5-star heavenly emperors. Lu Ming summoned the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The 9 cauldrons floated in the surroundings, blocking all the attacks. Then, with a tremor, they blasted out in all directions. The power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron was extremely strong. How could these people block it? Terrifying power blasted out, and miserable screams rang out. These people exploded one by one. Even the 2 5-star heavenly emperors were the same. Their bodies exploded, and they died on the spot. The 2 members of the Evil God race were even weaker. They were only 1-star heavenly emperors, and they were also killed in an instant. Lu Ming rushed over and collected all the storage rings. "Let's go," Lu Ming said. The group quickly left this place and flew toward the north. However, along the way, their expressions were somewhat grave. Other than the 2 members of the Evil God race, the others were obviously natives. Could it be that some major force was controlled by the Evil God race, so they sent people to guard some cursed lands to hunt down the experts of the Heaven Realm? They flew all the way. 2 days later, they arrived in the vicinity of another cursed land. However, in the vicinity of the cursed land, they saw a battle. A group of people was besieging more than a dozen Heaven Realm experts. Moreover, those Heaven Realm experts were clearly at a disadvantage. There were already 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. There were humans and divine beasts. And those who besieged the Heaven Realm experts were clearly natives. However, they saw a few members of the Evil God race among them. Lu Ming and the others charged out without hesitation. Lu Ming was now controlling the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and he was equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. There was no suspense in the battle. Lu Ming wiped out these people and a few members of the Evil God race. Many thanks. Those dozen or so Heaven Realm experts were very excited after surviving a calamity. They thanked Lu Ming and the others. "Everyone, what's going on?" Lu Ming asked. "We don't know either." They had just finished exploring this cursed land. After leaving the cursed land for a distance, they were besieged. A burly man said, "The situation is the same." Lu Ming furrowed his brows. In the past 2 days, they had been rushing on their way. They had already left the territory of the previous faction and arrived at another faction. However, the actions of this faction were the same as the previous faction. Could it be that the surrounding major factions were all controlled by the Evil God race? Or were they cooperating with the Evil God race? Lu Ming had a bad premonition in his heart. Then, everyone gathered and left this place together. A day later, they arrived in the vicinity of a huge city. However, there were people checking the city gates around this city. "Let's go over and take a look," Lu Ming and the others discussed. Then, they changed their appearances, restrained their auras, and walked toward a city gate. "All of you, if you want to enter the city, you have to pass through this door. Do you understand?" An ox-headed man opened his eyes wide and berated. Lu Ming discovered that outside the city gate, there was a pitch-black door. It was not big and was engraved with strange patterns. Everyone who entered the city had to pass through this door. Buzz. Suddenly, when a white-haired old man passed through that door emitted a bright light. The aura of the heaven realm. Kill him. A cold shout rang out. Then, experts pounced out from all directions. So many experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. 2 5-star heavenly emperors and 1 6-star heavenly emperor pounced out. That white-haired old man shouted and retreated rapidly. However, it was already too late. Bang, bang. A few attacks landed on the white-haired old man and killed him directly. Lu Ming and the others couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Damn it, it's the evil god race. Someone growled. However, he suppressed his voice and didn't spread it out. It's definitely the evil god race. The door they created can detect the heaven realm aura on us. Chapter 2494. A person's aura could be concealed, but the aura of the world was difficult to conceal. What was the aura of the world? For example, if one was born in the heaven realm or the primordial realm and cultivated in these two worlds for a long time, comprehending the laws of the two worlds and absorbing the origin energy of the two worlds, one would naturally have the aura of the two worlds. This kind of aura was contained in the essence of life and was difficult to conceal or remove. This was the essence of the world. After that old man entered that door, his aura of the heaven realm was detected and he was killed. Who would specifically search for living beings of the heaven realm? It must be the evil god race. Obviously, the evil god race had created such a door. Anyone who wanted to enter the city would be detected with the aura of the heaven realm. The people of the evil god realm or the Yellow Springs Mountain did not have the aura of the heaven realm. Let's go! Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone and then silently turned to leave. The group left this place. 2 days later, they arrived at another large city. However, they discovered that this large city was also being investigated. There was also a door that could detect the aura of people of the heaven realm. They left silently. In the next half a month, they traveled a long distance, passing through 5 or 6 factions and 7 or 8 large cities. However, they were all the same. All the factions and cities were being investigated. What's going on? Could it be that all the powerful factions are controlled by the evil god race? Someone growled, his eyes turning red. Lu Ming and the others also had grave expressions. The premonition in their hearts was getting stronger and stronger. This was troublesome. Looking at the current situation, those major factions seemed to be controlled by the evil god race. If this continued, the living beings of the heaven realm would lose many experts. Moreover, they could not enter some of the important cursed lands. They were all occupied by the evil god race. What should we do now? Someone asked. If they went to those cursed lands, they would be ambushed by the enemy. Moreover, they could not enter some of the important cities. Now, where should they go? To the Yellow Springs Empire. Lu Ming said. Yellow Springs Empire? The others' expressions changed. The Yellow Springs Empire was the strongest faction in the Yellow Springs world. There was more than one deity overseeing it, and there were many experts under it. Furthermore, the Yellow Springs Empire was the largest cursed land. Most likely, the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor would rush there. They weren't strong enough to go to the Yellow Springs Empire. Right? Let's go to the Yellow Springs Empire. I keep feeling that something happened to the Yellow Springs Empire. Otherwise, why would all the major factions in the surroundings listen to the evil god race's orders? Lu Ming frowned. All right, let's go. All right. The others nodded. Immediately, they flew in the direction of the Yellow Springs Empire. They flew to remote places and did not pass by those big cities. Boom, boom. After flying for a few days, they suddenly heard a violent explosion in front of them. Clang. A terrifying collision sound rang out. They saw a spear shoot up into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared, crossing the sky and colliding with the spear. Heaven and earth were shattered. Even though they were very far away, they were still able to sense the terrifying oppressive might. This is a battle between peak heavenly emperors. The expressions of heavenly venerate 6 saints and the others changed drastically. At this moment, the roar of a bull reverberated between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth shook, and many mountains directly exploded. Titan Longhorn Bull! Lu Ming exclaimed. Lu Ming would never mishear the voice of the Titan Longhorn Bull. He had heard it several times. Obviously, the Titan Longhorn Bull and the others had encountered a strong enemy. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming flew forward. Heavenly venerate 6 saints and the others also flew forward. After flying for a distance, they finally saw the scene in front. Lu Ming saw the Titan Longhorn Bull and the 9 lives demonic silkworm. On the Heaven Realm side, there were a total of more than 50 people. However, they were besieged by a group of people. Among them, there were Evil God Race and Yellow Springs Mountain native experts. There were more than 100 people, double the number of the Heaven Realm side. On the Heaven Realm side, they were completely focused on defense. On the Heaven Realm side, the Titan Longhorn Bull and the 9 lives demonic silkworm were not the strongest. They were both seriously injured and only had the combat strength of a 5-star Heavenly Emperor and a 6-star Heavenly Emperor respectively. On the Heaven Realm side, there was a burly man wearing battle armor and holding a spear. His combat strength was unparalleled. He was a peak Heavenly Emperor. However, the other party also had a peak Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The other party's peak Heavenly Emperor was actually Dula, the doula who guarded the eternal cage in the Evil God Realm back then. He and the burly man wearing battle armor from the Heaven Realm were locked in a fierce battle. However, the others from the Heaven Realm were at a disadvantage. Because on the Evil God Race's side, there were a total of 9 6-star Heavenly Emperors. This level of expert was completely above the Heaven Realm's side. The Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 lives demonic silkworm, and the other experts from the Heaven Realm defended with all their might, but they were still at a disadvantage. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. Charge out! The Titan Longhorn Bull roared loudly, transforming into his true form. Bull horns were like sharp battle blades as he charged forward with all his might. But his injuries back then were too severe. Now, he only had the cultivation of a 5-star Heavenly Emperor. Being beaten back repeatedly by a 6-star Heavenly Emperor from the other party, one move. The other party had too many experts. They could not charge out at all. Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 lives demonic silkworm, you guys were lucky enough to survive the ancient war. This time, I'll send you all on your way completely. Attack with all your might and kill them as soon as possible. Dula said coldly. The others' attacks became even more berserk. And at this time, Lu Ming and the rest also rushed over. Many people's gazes involuntarily looked towards Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming, it's you! After seeing Lu Ming, Dula let out an angry roar. Cold killing intent seemed to want to freeze heaven and earth. Back then, he guarded the eternal cage, but Lu Ming escaped with a group of people. This made him receive the punishment of the Evil God Race's upper echelons. Not just that, he was even mocked by the other members of the Evil God Race. One had to know, the eternal cage, since ancient times, no one had escaped. But during the period when he, Dula, was guarding it, someone escaped. Furthermore, so many experts even escaped. All of this was Lu Ming. It was all Lu Ming's fault. Dula regarded this as extraordinary shame and humiliation, thinking about how to find Lu Ming to settle the score every day. Seeing Lu Ming at this moment, his eyes were truly exceptionally red with envy. But when the Titan Longhorn Bull, 9 lives demonic silkworm and the rest saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, quickly leave! The Titan Longhorn Bull roared loudly. The other party had too many experts. Lu Ming's current cultivation was still weak. Rushing up was simply courting death. Wanna leave now? It's too late. Let me send him on his way. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor Realm Evil God Race member laughed loudly and directly charged towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming did not retreat in the slightest, directly controlling the divine 9-dragon cauldron to blast toward the other party. Bang! Chapter 2495. The 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons all erupted with power equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. How terrifying was that? The attack of that evil god tribe member was instantly shattered. Struck by the terrifying power, his body trembled violently as he retreated rapidly, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone's heart trembled violently. A 6-star heavenly emperor was actually repelled by Lu Ming in one move. Furthermore, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. How was this possible? Lu Ming was this strong? Even the Titan longhorn beetle was blinking its eyes hard, thinking that it was seeing things. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he continued to control the divine 9 dragon cauldron to charge at his opponent. Come and help me! That member of the evil god race turned pale with fright and frantically retreated. Bush. At this moment, another 3 people rushed towards Lu Ming. These 3 people were all 6-star heavenly emperors. Adding that evil god race member from before, there were a total of 4 6-star heavenly emperors. 2 members of the evil god tribe and 2 natives. The 4 of them erupted with all of their strength and attacked together, blasting out a terrifying attack. Boom, boom. The attacks of the 4 6-star heavenly emperors bombarded the divine 9 dragon cauldron one after another. The divine 9 dragon cauldron trembled unceasingly, but those 4 powerhouses were also struck back repeatedly, nearly vomiting blood. Peak heavenly emperor. Someone spoke, his expression extremely solemn. Lu Ming's combat strength was already equivalent to a peak heavenly emperor. Kill! Lu Ming continued to control the divine 9 dragon cauldron to bombard his opponent. The 9 divine cauldrons resonated with each other. Dragon roars rang out, and their might was extremely powerful. The other party's 4 6-star heavenly emperors teamed up and were still no match, being suppressed by Lu Ming, continuously retreating. At this time, Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints and the others had already arrived and were attacking the other opponents. They were locked in a fierce battle. In this way, the pressure on the heaven realm was greatly reduced. Good. The Titan longhorn beetle laughed heartily as it charged forward with all its might. His strength was truly astonishing. Even if he was only left with the cultivation of a 5-star heavenly emperor, he could also have a fierce battle with a 6-star heavenly emperor for a while. Boom, boom. Lu Ming had the complete upper hand in this series of collisions. Every time they collided, his opponent had to retreat. Finally, that member of the evil god tribe that had been injured by Lu Ming earlier couldn't take it anymore and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Come and help us! That member of the evil god race roared. They had a total of 9 6-star heavenly emperors. The other 2 wanted to rush over to help and attack Lu Ming together. However, the Titan longhorn beetle, the 9 lives demonic silkworm, and the others did their best to tie down their opponents. As a result, the battle became a stalemate, and Lu Ming's side even had a slight advantage. Damn it! Duel roared furiously, his face twisting. It was Lu Ming again. Lu Ming had ruined it again. Today, they could have killed a few experts from the heaven realm in one fell swoop. But now, because of Lu Ming's appearance, the battle situation had tilted again. Lu Ming die. Duel's face was contorted extremely ugly. He roared furiously, finding time to attack Lu Ming but was blocked by Lu Ming with the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Lu Ming was currently controlling the divine 9 dragon cauldron and was completely unafraid of Duel's attack. How have you been? No, you don't look very good, huh? Lu Ming laughed mockingly. At the same time, he stepped up his attacks, making the other party retreat repeatedly. 4 6-star heavenly emperors could only block him for a short while, but they could not last for long. Retreat! Duel roared furiously, then erupted with a frenzied attack, exchanging several blows with that burly man in battle armor. He found time to attack Lu Ming a few times, blocking Lu Ming's divine 9 dragon cauldron. And those 4 6-star heavenly emperors took the opportunity to hurriedly retreat, joining up with the other 5 6-star heavenly emperors. Lu Ming continued to charge over. But the other party did not linger and retreated rapidly. Duel also shook off his opponent and joined up with the rest of the evil god tribe, retreating while fighting. Duel and the rest's forces were only a little weaker than Lu Ming and the rest. At this time, they were bent on retreating. Lu Ming and the rest also found it very difficult to make them stay. After chasing for a while, Duel and the rest finally retreated. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your strength to have already reached this step. This time, it's all thanks to your help. The Titan Longhorn Beetle walked over to thank him. Senior is too serious. I also relied on the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming smiled slightly and put away the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Then, everyone introduced themselves to each other. Lu Ming knew that the burly man in battle armor was called Zhan Li. He was a peak powerhouse who rose up after the ancient war, with the cultivation of a peak heavenly emperor. In the past, he had always been cultivating in the lair of Zulong. Seniors, do you know what happened? Along the way, we discovered that the native major forces seemed to be cooperating with the evil god tribe. Lu Ming asked, something big has happened. Zhan Li sighed. The Titan Longhorn Beetle, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, and the rest also had solemn expressions. Lu Ming and Heavenly Sovereign 6 Saints were shocked. Even the Titan Longhorn Beetle, these big shots who had seen great storms and waves, were like this. What had happened? The reason why the surrounding major forces listened to the evil god tribe and cooperated with them to deal with the Heaven Realm is because of the orders issued by the Yellow Spring Empire. The Titan Longhorn Beetle said, the Yellow Spring Empire, it really is the Yellow Spring Empire. Senior, what happened to the Yellow Spring Empire? Lu Ming asked. The largest cursed land in the Yellow Spring world is in the Yellow Spring Empire. Legend has it that there are fruits of life inside. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured. Even the injuries of the gods can be cured. However, to enter this cursed land, one must obtain the help of the upper echelons of the Yellow Spring Empire. Therefore, Senior Ancestral Dragon and the foreign race's divine ancestor have all come to the Yellow Spring Empire, wanting to cooperate with the Yellow Spring Empire. This way, there will be competition between them. We've received news that Senior Ancestral Dragon has been defeated. The foreign race's divine ancestor has gained the trust of the upper echelons of the Yellow Spring Empire. The Titan Longhorn Beetle explained. What? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. The Ancestral Dragon had been defeated in the competition of the Yellow Spring Empire. They finally understood why the surrounding major forces had cooperated with the evil god tribe to deal with the people of the Heaven Realm. That was the order of the Yellow Spring Empire. Who in the Yellow Spring world would dare to disobey the order of the Yellow Spring Empire? Then what about Senior Ancestral Dragon? Someone asked in a hoarse voice. We don't know if he's dead or alive. The Titan Longhorn Beetle said. Rumble. It was as if thunder had exploded in everyone's minds. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Not knowing if the Ancestral Dragon was dead or alive was an unbearable blow to anyone in the Heaven Realm. The Ancestral Dragon was the backbone of the Heaven Realm. Currently, in the entire Heaven Realm and Primordial World, only the Ancestral Dragon had reached the Martial God Realm. However, the evil god tribe had the foreign race's divine ancestor and divine ancestor Sha Xing. In the Martial God Realm, they were already at a disadvantage and felt a sense of danger at all times. If something happened to the Ancestral Dragon, the Heaven Realm and Primordial World would have no hope. They were no match for the evil god tribe and were destined to be destroyed. Chapter 2496. Without the Ancestral Dragon, how were they supposed to fight the battle? Senior Ancestral Dragon has experienced the ancient battle. What kind of danger has he not encountered? Besides, Senior Ancestral Dragon is a Martial God Realm expert. His capabilities are incomparable to ours. I believe Senior Ancestral Dragon won't be in danger that easily. Lu Ming said. I agree, we shouldn't worry too much. What we should do now is to improve ourselves and eliminate the evil god tribe. Zhan Li said. Despite that, the others still felt like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. There was more than one god in the Yellow Spring Empire. If they were to team up with the sacred ancestor of the non-human tribes to deal with the Ancestral Dragon, the situation would be different. After all, the Ancestral Dragon had yet to recover from his injuries, thus he was not in his peak condition. Lu Ming, where are you going? The Titan Longhorn Beetle asked. We were planning to go to the Yellow Spring Empire to investigate the situation, but I've decided to pay the Yellow Spring Empire a visit. Lu Ming said. The Yellow Spring Empire? The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others were startled. That's right, I'm going to investigate Senior Ancestral Dragon's situation. Since we can't go to the other factions or the Cursed Lands, we might as well pay the Yellow Spring Empire a visit. Lu Ming said. Instead of hiding and wasting their time, it was better to go to the Yellow Spring Empire to investigate the situation. Only by knowing the situation would they be able to deal with the situation. But the evil god tribe has done something to the entrance of the Yellow Spring Empire. Any living being from the Heaven Realm will be detected as soon as they come close. We won't be able to enter the Yellow Spring Empire. Zhang Li sighed. Senior, I won't take the risk easily. If we can't enter the Yellow Spring Empire, I'll see if I can find anything nearby. Lu Ming said. How about this, we'll go together. We can look after one another. The 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm said. All right, we'll go together. Zhang Li, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others nodded. All right, seniors, if you all enter my little world, it'll be easier for me to move around on my own. Lu Ming said. Sure. The others nodded. With a thought, Lu Ming's minor world appeared. Everyone turned into rays of light and entered Lu Ming's minor world. After that, Lu Ming changed his appearance and headed for the Yellow Springs Imperial capital alone. The Yellow Springs Empire was the ruler of the Yellow Springs world. The Yellow Springs Empire's territory alone was comparable to the Grand Lucid Sky realm. Around the Yellow Springs Empire, there were other forces of various sizes. Lu Ming's speed increased explosively as he traveled through the void. He was many times faster than before. In less than a day, Lu Ming arrived in the vicinity of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. The Yellow Springs Imperial capital was incomparably majestic. It was even bigger than Two World City, and bigger than any city Lu Ming had ever seen. Numerous paths led to the Yellow Springs Imperial capital. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Yellow Springs Empire were towering mountains that reached into the clouds. Lu Ming appeared on a mountain and looked into the distance. Sure enough, the evil god tribe had tampered with the gates of the Yellow Springs Imperial capital. As long as one entered, they would be able to detect the aura of the Heaven Realm. Lu Ming changed directions and looked at the other city gates. It was the same. Lu Ming even saw traces of the evil god tribe at some of the city gates. How can I sneak into the Yellow Springs Imperial capital? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. If he couldn't enter the Yellow Springs Imperial capital, it would be difficult to obtain useful information. Who is it? Suddenly, Lu Ming turned around and shouted coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. He felt that there was a strange movement in the space behind him. Lu Ming, your spiritual sense is getting sharper. A chuckle sounded. Then, a figure flashed and a beautiful woman appeared. Little Qing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If this beautiful woman wasn't Xian Yanqing, who else could she be? Lu Ming did not expect to run into Xian Yanqing here. Lu Ming, you have made great progress in your cultivation. Xian Yanqing smiled and walked over, holding Lu Ming's large hand. As your man, how can I not improve? I'm about to be surpassed by you. Lu Ming smiled. At the same time, he also discovered that Xian Yanqing had also improved greatly. Now, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had shockingly reached 5-star Heavenly Emperor. One had to know, when they entered the Yellow Springs Mountain, Xian Yanqing's cultivation was a 2-star Heavenly Emperor. In a short 20 years, Xian Yanqing's cultivation broke through 3 levels in a row. This was extremely shocking. Xian Yanqing's cultivation was that of a Heavenly Emperor, not a Great Emperor. Every step a Heavenly Emperor took was very difficult. In 20 years, breaking through 3 levels in a row, if this got out, it would scare people to death. Lu Ming discovered that ever since Xian Yanqing devoured her past life's memories, her cultivation speed became even more terrifying. Compared to before devouring, it was much faster. However, even so, it also would not be fast like this. Lu Ming knew that in the Yellow Springs Mountain, Xian Yanqing most likely had a fortuitous encounter. Furthermore, Xian Yanqing's combat strength was extremely powerful. Back then, when she was a peak great emperor, she could already fight with Lu Ming. Now, although Xian Yanqing's cultivation was a 5-star heavenly emperor, she could definitely fight with a peak great emperor, or even stronger. Shameless, believe it or not, I'll beat you down right now. Xian Yanqing rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, but her face was full of smiles. Little Qing, why are you here? Lu Ming asked. Now, there are shadows of the evil god tribe everywhere. The other forces are cooperating with the evil god tribe. I heard that something happened to the ancestral dragon here, so I came to take a look. Xian Yanqing said. It's a pity that the evil god tribe has set up formations that can detect the aura of the heavenly realm at the 4 city gates. We can't enter at all. Otherwise, we could go in and ask for information. Lu Ming said helplessly. The entire city walls of the Yellow Springs Empire were set up with formations. They could not fly in directly. If they wanted to enter or leave, they had to enter through the 4 city gates. This is easy. I have a way to hide the aura of the heavenly realm on my body, Xian Yanqing said. You have a way to hide the aura of the heavenly realm on my body? Lu Ming was shocked and very surprised. It was easy to hide one's aura. However, the aura of the heavenly realm and the primordial realm was invisible and intangible. Usually one could not sense it, but it was engraved in one's bones and soul. It was indelible. You are a creature of the heavenly realm and primordial realm, so you were born with the imprint of these 2 worlds. Xian Yanqing could actually hide it? On second thought, Lu Ming felt relieved. Xian Yanqing had devoured and merged with the memories of her previous life. Her background in her previous life was probably very shocking and unfathomable. It was normal for her to have all kinds of strange methods. Now you know how powerful I am. Xian Yanqing smiled. Then her 10 fingers bloomed like lotus flowers. Strange patterns appeared and finally condensed into a black lotus flower. The black lotus flower flew toward Lu Ming and merged into Lu Ming's body. Done. Xian Yanqing said and then continued to form seals. A lotus flower also appeared on her body and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 2497. All right, let's set off. Lu Ming said. He naturally would not doubt whether Xian Yanqing's method was useful or not. He trusted Xian Yanqing 100%. The 2 changed their appearances, restrained their auras, and flew toward the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital's city gates. Arriving at the city gates, looking at it from a close distance, they discovered that runes were inscribed on both sides of the city gates. This was the grand array set up by the evil god race. As long as a heaven realm or primordial realm life form entered, those runes would immediately react. On both sides of the city gates, there was a team of soldiers wearing battle armor standing guard. They're all heavenly emperors. Lu Ming sensed and discovered that these soldiers guarding the city gates were all heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. In addition, there were also some experts hiding near the city gates. Although they were very secretive, Lu Ming grasped the Tao of Sovereign, ruling over heaven and earth. His perception was extremely sharp and naturally sensed it very easily. They were all powerhouses, even peak heavenly emperors, and more than one. Regarding the Yellow Spring Empire's strength, Lu Ming was secretly alarmed. The entire Yellow Spring world's strength was definitely stronger than either the Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm. In fact, even if the 2 sides joined forces, they could not compare to the Yellow Spring world. Fortunately, the people of the Yellow Spring world had been cursed for generations and found it difficult to leave Yellow Spring Mountain. Otherwise, the situation outside would have long changed. The 2 people swaggered into the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. In the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital, there were people of all races, and there were also many humans. Naturally, no one paid attention to Lu Ming 2 people. Lu Ming 2 people walked around and did not discover any traces of the evil god race. They found someone to sound them out but did not obtain much useful information either. The 2 people simply found an inn to stay in. In the following 10 days, the 2 people appeared in various parts of the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital, but did not obtain much useful information. On this day, the 2 people strolled around the largest market square in the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. In the Yellow Spring world, there were many treasures that did not exist outside. The two people also bought some along the way. That's the first prince. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In front, he saw a youth with a head full of golden hair. This youth was precisely the evil god race's #1 on the 10,000 years list, the first prince. The third eye on the first prince's forehead was closed. He had a head full of golden hair and looked no different from a human. He was incomparably handsome, like a natural sun. Wherever he went, he would attract the attention of others. Around them, some young women kept looking at Prince Dai, their eyes shining. However, when they saw the woman beside the first prince, their gazes dimmed. It was an extremely beautiful woman. She wore a purple one-piece dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Compared to her, all the other women around her seemed to pale in comparison. Most importantly, this woman came from a huge family in the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, the Yellow Spring Empire's largest alchemist family, the O family. O Xing, the eldest daughter of the O clan, how could those girls dare to compare? The first prince and the eldest daughter of the O family, O Xing, had an intimate expression as they strolled through the streets and bought things together. Lu Ming pulled Xian Yanqing and followed the two from a distance. Since he had encountered the first prince, how could Lu Ming let him go so easily? The first prince had a high status in the evil god tribe and should know a lot of secrets. After the first prince and O Xing strolled around, they left the market and walked toward a bustling street. Soon, they entered a spacious mansion. Lu Ming and O Xing followed them in. With Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's current cultivation, the first prince and O Xing would not be able to discover them. Behind the mansion, there was a huge courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a lake, and in the middle of the lake, there was a pavilion. The first prince and O Xing arrived at the pavilion. The first prince put his hand on O Xing's waist and chatted with her. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing appeared not far away. Lu Ming waved his hand and the space cracked open. He and Xian Yanqing entered the spatial crack and appeared above the pavilion in the next moment. Lu Ming had comprehended the space-time law when he was a true emperor. Now that he had comprehended the Tao of sovereign, his control of space had reached the point of perfection. The two of them were in the space above the pavilion. The first prince and O Xing did not notice them at all. Moreover, Lu Ming and the rest could clearly hear the conversation between the two of them. Xing, I heard that your O family has the life-death pill. Is that true? The first prince asked. Of course it's true. My O family is the #1 alchemy family in the Yellow Springs Empire. O Xing smiled. Her tone was filled with pride. Is the life-death pill really as miraculous as the legends say? The first prince asked again. Of course. You should know that the Yellow Springs Empire's largest cursed land, Yellow Springs Island, has a tree of life. The tree of life will bear a kind of fruit after a long period of time. It is called the fruit of life. The fruit of life is miraculous. No matter how serious the injury is, it can heal it. It can even heal the injury of a god. As for the life and death pill, it was refined using the fruit of life. Before the 10,000 calamities, there were people from the outer world like you who brought out the fruit of life from Yellow Springs Island. My O family was fortunate enough to obtain one and refined it into 9 life and death pills. Although the efficacy of the life-death pill is not as strong as the fruit of life, it is only useless for gods. For those below the god realm, no matter how serious the injury is, even if the life origin is damaged, 1 pill can heal it. After so many years of consumption, my O family only has 3 pills left. O Xing explained. Her pride was even stronger. Life-death pill. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with passion. The life-death pill was actually refined from the fruit of life. No matter how serious the injury was, 1 pill could heal it. It was the same even if the life origin was damaged. Lu Ming was tempted. An injury to the life origin was not an ordinary injury. Ordinary injuries were nothing to great emperors and heavenly emperors. Even if their bodies exploded, they could still heal it. However, an injury to the life origin was very difficult to heal. For many experts, if the battle was too fierce, their life origin would be injured. For example, the Titan longhorn beetle, 9 lives demonic silkworm, ancestral dragon, and other races' divine ancestors had injured their life origin. However, the life-death pill could heal these injuries quickly. If they could obtain the life-death pill, wouldn't the injuries of the Titan longhorn beetle and 9 lives demonic silkworm be healed quickly and return to their peak state? Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing continued to listen. It's so magical. Xing, I'm really curious. Can you let me take a look at the life-death pill? The first prince asked. Let you take a look? That won't do. If my father and ancestral dragon know about it, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Xing said. Xing, I'm just curious. I want to take a look and see it for myself. Just take a look and they won't know. Don't you trust me? The first prince said softly. Xing did not agree at first. However, after the first prince coaxed her, Xing finally agreed. She secretly took out the life-death pill and showed it to the first prince. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing looked at each other. Their eyes lit up. Chapter 2498. The first prince and Xing agreed to meet here 3 days later. After that, they both left. Originally, Lu Ming had planned to take down the first prince and get some information, but now he changed his mind and decided to wait for 3 more days. He naturally had his eyes on the life and death pill. After the first prince and Xing left, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing waited in the courtyard. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, night fell. The first prince had been waiting for a long time. In the middle of the night, a figure flew over. It was Xing. Did you bring the life and death pill? The first prince quickly asked. I brought it, but I have to put it back quickly. If my father finds out, it won't be good. Xing said. Don't worry, I'll just take a look and broaden my horizons. The first prince smiled. Xing nodded. Her hand moved and a jade bottle appeared in her palm. There were some inscriptions on the jade bottle. Xing's fingers danced and runes flew toward the jade bottle. Then, the jade bottle emitted a radiance. After a while, the radiance dimmed. It's done. Xing smiled and handed the jade bottle to the first prince. The first prince quickly took it and poured out a pill. It was a pill the size of a pigeon's egg. It was milky white and emitted a rich medicinal fragrance. Even Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, who were hiding in the void, could smell it. Is this the life and death pill? The first prince whispered. He lowered his head and carefully sized it up. His eyes were filled with greed. After sizing it up for a while, the first prince put the life and death pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to Xing. He smiled and said, Xing, I'll return it to you. And I'll return it now. Xing smiled and reached out to take it. But at this moment, the first prince's palm glowed and like a sword, he attacked Xing's dantian with lightning speed. At such a close distance and with the first prince's sneak attack, ordinary people wouldn't be able to avoid it. But at the moment the first prince attacked, Xing's body glowed. A bright light spread out and turned into a set of armor that covered her body. At the same time, Xing quickly retreated. Boom! The first prince's palm strike landed on Xing's armor, but it was easily neutralized by the armor. Xing retreated 100 meters and stood on the surface of the lake. Her face was extremely ugly. First what? Xing roared, her face full of disappointment. So you were already prepared for me? The first prince's face was gloomy as he said coldly. Then he raised the jade bottle in his hand and sneered, life or death pill. No matter how serious your injuries are, 1 pill can heal you. Each pill is equivalent to a life. Such a peerless pill can only be used by following me. Do you understand? You said that you would stay in the Yellow Springs realm and accompany me for the rest of your life. Was that all a lie? Xing asked. Nonsense, I still have important things to do. Why would I stay here? This place is nothing but a cursed place. The first prince sneered. Sigh, I was too naive. Xing sighed and her disappointment deepened. Originally, I wanted to give you a chance. If you didn't attack me today, I would treat you wholeheartedly. I could even beg my father to give you a life or death pill in the future. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. After Xing finished speaking, her eyes suddenly burst out with cold, killing intent as she waved her hand. Rip. Behind Xing, the space suddenly split open and two figures appeared. They were two old men in black robes, exuding a terrifying aura. They were two heavenly emperors. One was a 3-star heavenly emperor, and the other was a 2-star heavenly emperor. Seeing the two of them, the first prince's face was gloomy as he said, "Bitch, not only have you been guarding against me, you even secretly brought people here. Are you trying to kill me?" "Originally, I brought them here just in case. If you didn't do anything, they wouldn't have appeared. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me. Give me the life or death pill and I will leave your corpse intact." Oh Xing said coldly. "Haha, bitch, do you think I didn't prepare for this? I have long been guarding against you. You don't trust me, and I have never trusted you. Come out." The first prince waved his hand. The void trembled, and suddenly, several figures appeared in the surrounding space. There were a total of 6 people, all of whom were from the evil god tribe. Moreover, all of them were heavenly emperors. There were even 2 4-star heavenly emperors among them. Seeing these people, Oh Xing's face became miserable. "First prince, I was just joking with you. Look at our relationship, let me go." An ugly smile appeared on Oh Xing's face. "Let you go? I don't want to be enemies with your O clan. Although your O clan doesn't have a martial god and I am not afraid of you, you are still troublesome. You can go in peace. I will use these 3 life or death pills well." The first prince sneered, his voice was ice cold as he gave the order. "Miss, leave quickly." Behind Oh Xing, the 2 old men brought Oh Xing and rushed in a direction. However, the 6 people from the evil god tribe also attacked. They sealed the heaven and earth, surrounded the 3 of them, and blasted out terrifying attacks. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. The 2 old men brought by Oh Xing were not a match for them at all. They exploded as soon as they attacked. "First bastard, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death." Oh Xing cursed crazily. However, in the next moment, she was hit by the attacks of several heavenly emperors and instantly turned into ashes. Her body and soul were destroyed. In the void, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were speechless as they watched. However, this was equivalent to a dog biting another dog. Before this, the 2 of them would naturally not attack. After killing Oh Xing and the 2 experts of the O clan, the first prince was ecstatic. He took out the jade bottle again and poured out 3 pills in succession. All of them were life or death pills. The medicinal fragrance was incomparably rich. What a great harvest. Let's go, let's leave this place quickly." The first prince laughed heartily. Then, he put away the jade bottle and turned around to leave. However, after flying for a while, he discovered that the 6 people from the evil god tribe were still standing in the air, motionless. "I told you to leave quickly. Didn't you hear me?" The first prince turned around and said somewhat impatiently. However, when he turned around, his pupils suddenly widened. That was because the 6 people from the evil god tribe seemed to be fixed in the air, unable to move at all. Only their faces revealed frightened expressions. "Who is it?" The first prince's hair stood on end. He shouted loudly and hurriedly turned around to check. "Old friends meeting, am I not welcome?" A soft laugh rang out. The space cracked open, and Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing walked out. Lu Ming, why is it you? How did you come in here?" The first prince's pupils rapidly widened. He roared loudly, revealing a look of disbelief. The gates of the Yellow Spring Empire's imperial capital were engraved with a formation that could detect the aura of the Heaven Realm. The living beings of the Heaven Realm could not enter the imperial capital at all. The first prince had never expected that he would meet Lu Ming here. Chapter 2500. Seeing Lu Ming, the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others immediately flew toward him. "Lu Ming, what's the situation now? Where are you?" The Titan Longhorn Beetle asked. "I'm currently in the Yellow Spring Empire's capital." Lu Ming said. "Yellow Spring Empire's capital? How did you get in?" The Titan Longhorn Beetle's eyes widened in astonishment. The others reacted the same way. "This is all thanks to my wife. She used a secret technique to conceal the aura of the Heaven Realm. That's why I was able to enter. I've already found news about Senior Ancestral Dragon." Lu Ming said. How's Senior Ancestral Dragon? The Titan Longhorn Beetle, the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, and the others looked at Lu Ming nervously. They were afraid that something would happen to the Ancestral Dragon. Senior Ancestral Dragon isn't dead. He only escaped from the Yellow Spring Empire's capital with injuries. Lu Ming briefly explained what he knew. That's great. Everyone let out relieved sighs when they heard that the Ancestral Dragon was fine. I've also found out that the Evil God tribe will send their experts to attack a cursed land. There should be experts from the Heaven Realm there. I'm afraid we'll have to fight them. Lu Ming said. Fight, we must fight them. Yeah, I'm going to kill those scum of the Evil God tribe. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others yelled furiously. Seniors, Lu Ming has something for you. Lu Ming glanced at the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm as a jade jar appeared in his hand. Something for us? The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm were confused. This is a pill I've found from a herbalist family in the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. It's called the Life-Death Pill. It has the effect of stealing the fortune of the heavens and earth. Anyone below the martial god realm will be healed regardless of how serious their injuries are, even if their life force is damaged. Lu Ming said, What? There's such a pill in this world? Everyone opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Lu Ming, how can we accept such a precious pill? Then, the 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm shook its head. Seniors, the elixir is just an inanimate object. If it can't display its effects, it won't show its value. If the 2 seniors can recover to their peak, it will be a good thing for our heaven realm. Then, the life and death elixir will show its value. Lu Ming said, That's right, that's exactly the case. The others also nodded and persuaded the 2 of them to accept it. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm, once they recovered to their peak, they would be 2 peak heavenly emperors. There weren't many people in the entire heaven realm who could reach this step. All right, Lu Ming, old bull, will remember your kindness. The Titan Longhorn Beetle was more straightforward and nodded in agreement. In fact, they were also very tempted. After all, it had been countless years since the ancient battle, yet they were still unable to return to their peak state. This feeling was truly unbearable. Lu Ming poured out 2 life and death elixirs and handed them to the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm. The 2 of them received them, each chose a place, sat down cross-legged, swallowed the life and death elixir, and began to refine the elixir. As for Lu Ming, he left the small world and appeared beside Xian Yanqing, continuing to pay attention to that mansion. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Finally, there was some movement in the mansion. A group of Yellow Spring Empire powerhouses appeared and entered that mansion. After a while, a large group of people flew out of that mansion. There were Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire powerhouses. There were hundreds of them. They headed straight for the western city gate. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing followed far behind. Not long after, the Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire experts exited the city gate and headed west. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing also successfully exited the city gate and followed far behind. They didn't dare to get too close because there were too many experts in the Evil God Race and Yellow Spring Empire. There were even peak heavenly emperors, and it wasn't just 1 or 2, but at least 5 or 6. In addition, there were also quite a number of 6-star and 5-star heavenly emperors. This was an extremely shocking force. Mobilizing so many powerhouses at once, it was obvious that they wanted to capture all the living beings in that cursed land in one fell swoop, not leaving a single one alive. After flying for more than a day, they arrived at an extremely remote place. In front of them, there was a blazing aura. It turned out that there was a large group of volcanoes in front of them, and the end couldn't be seen at a glance. Rumble. Volcanoes erupted continuously, and magma soared into the sky. The air was filled with black smoke and a pungent smell. The cursed land was in the group of volcanoes. The Yellow Spring Empire's people couldn't enter, so they hid outside the volcanoes. As for the Evil God Race, they rushed into the group of volcanoes. Rumble. Not long after, a terrifying rumble erupted from the group of volcanoes. A great battle erupted. Terrifying energy pierced through the ground, and endless magma soared into the sky. This area became even hotter. In the depths of the volcano, a golden lion with 9 heads was incomparably huge. It stood indomitable and roared at the sky. The volcanoes in the surroundings exploded one after another in an incomparably ferocious manner. Big Brother Qing Tsang. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That was clearly the 9-headed golden lion, Qing Tsang. Qing Tsang was a peak heavenly emperor and was incomparably powerful. However, the evil god race also had peak heavenly emperors. In the group of volcanoes, one terrifying aura after another soared into the sky, colliding with each other. The heaven realm has 2 peak heavenly emperors, but the evil god race has 3. Lu Ming's heart became somewhat heavy. Peak heavenly emperors, the evil god race had 1 more. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel that the number of 5-star and 6-star heavenly emperors was also more than the evil god race. If this continued, the heaven realm side would definitely not be a match. In addition, the Yellow Spring Empire's powerhouses were lying in ambush outside the volcanoes. The number of powerhouses was even more than the evil god race. If the heaven realm's living beings rushed out, it would be truly dangerous. I wonder how Senior's Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm have recovered? Lu Ming was somewhat anxious. If they were to make a move later, the number of powerhouses on their side would not be enough and they would be at a disadvantage. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 Dragons Cauldron and could be considered a peak heavenly emperor. Xian Yanqing could also be considered a peak heavenly emperor. Adding Zhan Li, there were only 3 peak heavenly emperors. The number was not enough. Lu Ming could feel that in the Yellow Spring Empire, there were a total of 4 peak heavenly emperors. Adding the 3 from the evil god race, there were 7. In addition, there were also 6-star heavenly emperors. If the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm recovered, then there was no need to be afraid. Charge out! In the group of volcanoes, Qing Tsang's roar rang out. Then, a group of heaven realm powerhouses joined hands and rushed outside. Behind them, the evil god race people chased closely. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. Then, with a thought, he entered the small world. He wanted to see if the Titan Longhorn Beetle and 9 Lives Demonic Silkworm had recovered. At this moment, their bodies were filled with resplendent light, their auras extremely powerful. Peak Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming could not help but be overjoyed when he sensed the auras of the 2. The life and death pill was indeed worthy of being a peerless divine medicine. Its medicinal effects were incomparably shocking. Chapter 2501. At this moment, the situation outside was already quite critical. Qing Tsang and the others rushed out of the volcanoes and arrived at the periphery of the cursed land. But at this moment, the people of the Yellow Spring Empire appeared, blocking in front of Qing Tsang and the others. A terrifying aura was emitted, causing Qing Tsang and the others to change color and stop. Another 4 peak heavenly emperors, a total of 7 peak heavenly emperors. You guys really think highly of us. Qing Tsang sneered, his 9 heads looking around. Beside Qing Tsang, there was a phoenix flapping its wings, its entire body covered in black flames. This was a black phoenix, also a peak heavenly emperor, the current king of the heavenly realm's phoenix race. Ha, Qing Tsang, let's see how you die today. A loud laugh came from behind. The experts of the evil god race blocked Qing Tsang and the others' path of retreat, making it impossible for them to escape. Duolu, why aren't you guarding the eternal cage? Be careful not to let someone escape again. Qing Tsang sneered, full of ridicule. The evil god race member who spoke just now was Duolu. Hearing Qing Tsang's words, Duoli's eyes were extremely ferocious as he roared, Qing Tsang, so what if you escaped from the eternal cage? You're still going to die in my hands. And that brat Lu Ming, I'll tear him into pieces sooner or later. Rush back to the cursed land. Qing Tsang secretly sent a voice transmission to the beings of the heavenly realm. Only by rushing back to the cursed land would they have a chance. Outside, they would have to face the double siege of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. It's too late. In the small world, Lu Ming was a little anxious. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm. "Senior, wake up. Senior, wake up." Lu Ming kept sending voice transmissions. Boom, boom. The auras of the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives Demon Silkworm suddenly soared and then rapidly contracted. Then they opened their eyes. "Are we going to fight?" The Titan Longhorn Beetle asked. "That's right. The matter is urgent, so I can only disturb the two of you," Lu Ming said. "It's fine, I've almost recovered. Let's go out and fight." The Titan Longhorn Beetle. "Let's go." Lu Ming controlled the small world, and in the next moment, everyone in the small world appeared outside. At that moment, Qing Tsang and the others also made their moves. They charged straight for the evil god race behind them, wanting to charge back into the cursed lands. The experts of the evil god tribe and the Yellow Springs Empire also made their moves. At this moment, Lu Ming roared and his voice reverberated in all directions. He then charged toward the people from the Netherworld Empire. What happened? This happened too suddenly. The evil god race's people and the Yellow Spring Empire's people could not help feeling stunned. In this short period of time, they had already arrived. Lu Ming directly controlled the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron and charged towards a Yellow Spring Empire's peak Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Xian Yanqing also made his move, joining forces with Lu Ming to attack a person. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others also launched their attacks. On Lu Ming's side, there were a total of 5 peak Heavenly Emperors. Their sudden appearance caught the Yellow Springs Empire's side off guard. The peak Heavenly Emperor that was attacked by Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing was immediately sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. The other Yellow Springs Empire powerhouses were also struck until they retreated repeatedly, suffering different degrees of minor injuries. "Titan, 9 lives, it's you guys." When Qing Tsang discovered the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the rest, he could not help being overjoyed. He turned around and was about to charge towards the Yellow Springs Empire's experts. However, after being stunned for a moment, Duolei and the rest also reacted and charged towards Qing Tsang and the rest. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Both sides added up. The number of peak Heavenly Emperor powerhouses was the same, both 7. But just now, under Lu Ming and the rest's sneak attack, they injured one of the other party. With the number of peak Heavenly Emperors, they instead had the upper hand. A fierce chaotic battle erupted. Lu Ming's side instead occupied a slight upper hand. If not for the Yellow Springs Empire and the evil god race having more 6-star Heavenly Emperors, it would probably be one-sided. "Lu Ming, damn it, damn it." Duolei roared angrily in his heart. It was Lu Ming again. Each time, his good deeds were ruined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply his nemesis. He was unable to restrain his anger, wishing that he could grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. "Want to kill me, then come." Lu Ming controlled the 9 Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons and bombarded them towards Duolei crazily. Duolei also erupted crazily, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The two people collided repeatedly, but it was hard to determine the victor. At this time, a miserable cry sounded out. A 6-star Heavenly Emperor of the evil god race was killed by Xian Yanqing with one sword. Lu Ming, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the rest all had an opponent, fighting fiercely with each other. But Xian Yanqing did not have a peak Heavenly Emperor to stop him. That peak Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire was seriously injured from the start. His strength was at most comparable to a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. There were 5 to 6 6-star Heavenly Emperors besieging Xian Yanqing. But Xian Yanqing's combat power exceeded their imaginations. He became braver and braver, his attacks strange and unpredictable. After several dozen moves, he successfully killed a 6-star Heavenly Emperor. "Exterminate." Xian Yanqing said softly, black light as black as ink emitting from his entire body. This black light turned into one black lotus after another. Then, these lotus petals flew out again, forming pitch-black battle swords, slashing at the opponent. Opposite, 5 6-star Heavenly Emperors were flustered by Xian Yanqing's attacks, in imminent danger. "Quickly come and help us." A 6-star Heavenly Emperor roared. But the current chaotic battle was intense. Every person had an opponent. How could they draw out such a powerhouse? Pork. Suddenly, another 6-star heavenly emperor had his glabella pierced by Xian Yanqing's sword light, dying on the spot. Ah, damn it! Duo Lu roared wildly, wanting to repel Lu Ming and attack Xian Yanqing. But Lu Ming controlled the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, desperately clashing with him, blocking him firmly, making him have no energy left to attack Xian Yanqing. Gather together. A peak heavenly emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire roared. At this moment, they were at a disadvantage and had to gather strength to defend. All of the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire's people began to gather, getting close to each other, entering a defensive state. Lu Ming and the rest originally only had the upper hand with a slight advantage. Now that the other party intended to defend, they could not take down the other party. Very soon, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire's people all gathered together, forming an iron-like defensive formation, blocking the attacks of Lu Ming and the rest, finally stabilizing the situation. Both sides fought for a while and separated into two camps, confronting each other. They all knew that if there were no accidents today, no one would be able to do anything to the other. However, Lu Ming and the rest's goal of saving people had already been achieved. The expressions of Duo Lu and the rest were ugly. Today, they failed to kill people and instead lost several 6-star heavenly emperors. It was truly a huge loss. When my race's sacred ancestor recovers, you all will die. Go. An evil god race peak heavenly emperor said coldly. Then, the evil god race and Yellow Spring Empire retreated unwillingly. Chapter 2502. The people of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Ha! Oh, Lu Ming, amazing! Qing Tsang laughed loudly and looked at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude and deep shock. He remembered that when he first met Lu Ming's strength was barely enough to deal with the weakest 1-star heavenly emperor. But Lu Ming was actually able to fight with a peak heavenly emperor. Although he had the Nine-Dragon Cauldron, it was still incomparably shocking. It had only been a few decades. A few decades was just a blink of an eye to them. He had lived for a long time and had never seen such a stunning figure like Lu Ming. This is... As he spoke, Qing Tsang's gaze turned to Xian Yanqing. Beside him, the Black Phoenix had also transformed into a human form. It was a middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure. At this moment, she was also looking at Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing was very young, but his combat strength was actually incomparably powerful. He was a figure whose combat strength had truly reached the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The key was that they did not know him, so they were naturally curious. "This is my wife." Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's small hand and said, "Your wife?" Qing Tsang, Black Phoenix, and the rest were all shocked. "May I ask, how many years has it been since sister-in-law started cultivating?" Qing Tsang asked curiously. "Little Qing is about the same age as me," Lu Ming said with a smile. This, Qing Tsang, Black Phoenix, and the rest looked at each other in dismay. They were completely dumbfounded. "Sigh, I'm old. I thought that my talent wasn't bad, but compared to you two, I'm simply trash." Qing Tsang sighed, looking like he had suffered a huge blow. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Old lion, aren't you looking for a beating by comparing yourself to Lu Ming and the rest?" The Titan Longhorn Beetle laughed. "Ha, that's true." Qing Tsang laughed. After chatting for a while, they left the place. They were afraid that the other party would send more powerful cultivators. After leaving, they chatted as they walked. Qing Tsang and the others also learned about the ancestral dragon. Where did Senior Ancestral Dragon go? That's right. At this rate, the outsider's sacred patriarch is going to enter the cursed lands. If he gets the fruits of life, we'll be finished. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others sighed. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the 9 Lives demonic silkworm had consumed the life and death pill before and knew the effects of the life and death pill. The life and death pill was made from the fruit of life. If the outsider's sacred ancestor obtained the fruit of life, he might be able to fully recover from his injuries. Especially Saint Ancestor Sha Xian. If even he had recovered from his injuries, they would have no hope at all. Everyone was worried but also helpless. With their strength, there was no way they could compete with the other party. After that, they planned to enter some cities to scout for information. If the outsider's sacred ancestor was going to enter the cursed lands, there should be news about it. Not long after, they came to a big city. The others entered Lu Ming's small world, while Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing used a secret technique to enter the big city. After that, the two stayed in the big city, cultivating and scouting for information. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, they heard a piece of news that made them furious. In the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, the evil god tribe released news that they had captured some heaven realm beings and tied them up outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. 3 months later, they would kill all of them. The news spread like a whirlwind in all directions. When Lu Ming told the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others about this news, they were also furious. Kill our way over and save those people. The Titan Longhorn Beetle had the worst temper and roared. Don't act rashly. The evil god tribe is doing this to lure us over so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. This is definitely a trap. The 9 Lives demonic silkworm said, Are we just going to watch those people die for nothing? What if your family and friends are among those people? The Titan Longhorn Beetle glared. I mean, we can't act rashly. We have to think of a foolproof plan. The 9 Lives demonic silkworm said, Let's go and observe the situation first. Lu Ming said, I think so too. Let's go and observe first before making a decision. Even if we want to take action, we have to gather more people. The 9 Lives demonic silkworm said. After that, the others still stayed in Lu Ming's small world. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing changed their appearances and headed toward the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. Soon, they arrived at the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital. They looked forward from a mountain peak outside the eastern city gate. Outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, there were indeed some people tied up there. All of them looked haggard and their auras were weak. There were a lot of them, close to 200 people. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Ouyang Wushuang. Among those people, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Ouyang Wushuang. Damn it! Lu Ming panicked. These were all his best friends. Among the crowd, Lu Ming even saw Yuan Exin, the son of destiny. However, he could not control his own destiny now and was tied up by someone. In addition, Lu Ming had also met some of the older generation figures. I have to save them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with determination. However, he could not act rashly. Lu Ming speculated that there were terrifying experts hiding near the eastern city gate. Even a martial god like the sacred ancestor of a foreign tribe might be nearby. If he were to rush out recklessly, he would only be digging his own grave. What should we do? Lu Ming panicked. There were only 3 months left. 3 months later, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others would be killed. Lu Ming, don't panic, calm down. Xian Yanqing held Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming slowly calmed down. Over the next few days, the two observed the surroundings while trying to come up with a plan. However, the difference in strength was too great. They were struggling to come up with a plan. Lu Ming! At this moment, a voice traveled into Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's figure shuddered when he heard the voice. The voice belonged to the ancestral dragon. As he thought, a figure walked out from a mountain nearby. Who else could it be but the ancestral dragon? The ancestral dragon stepped forward and arrived beside Lu Ming and the others. Senior ancestral dragon, I'm glad you're fine. Lu Ming was overjoyed. They had a chance now that the ancestral dragon had shown up. I was injured in the Yellow Spring Kingdom, but it's nothing serious. The ancestral dragon said. Senior ancestral dragon, what should we do now? Lu Ming asked. We'll leave first. I'll leave some people here to guard this place. If anyone from the heaven realm comes, ask them to meet up with us. We'll gather our men first and figure out a way to save them. The ancestral dragon said. He then left the place with Lu Ming and the others and arrived at a hidden place a million li away. Lu Ming saw many familiar faces from the heaven realm. For example, the 5 elements Chilants. They waited patiently. Chapter 2503. Ancestral Gragon had left some people outside the Yellow Springs Empire. During this period of time, as long as the living beings in the heavenly world heard the news, they would most likely head to the Yellow Springs Empire to investigate. This way, they would be able to provide support. On the third day, Lu Ming saw Dandan. After not seeing Dandan for some time, Dandan's cultivation had also risen by a lot, reaching the 4-star Heavenly Emperor realm. Lu Ming chatted with Dandan for a while and knew that this guy had also encountered some fortuitous encounters. On the 5th day, Bubble arrived. Now, Bubble's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Emperor realm, only a step away from the Heavenly Emperor realm. On the 6th day, Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli came together, making Lu Ming overjoyed. Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli's cultivation had both stepped into the Emperor realm. Lu Ming finally heaved a sigh of relief. Xiang Xiang and the others were fine. Lu Ming was relieved. As time passed, more and more people gathered at the same place. However, Lu Ming still couldn't think of an effective method. On this day, Lu Ming found Ancestral Gragon. Senior, I have a foreign race's genius in my hands. He's the son of the foreign race's king, known as the strongest genius in the history of the evil god tribe. Perhaps we can use him to exchange. Lu Ming said. The first prince was still in Lu Ming's hands and had been kept in the pocket world. He didn't kill the first prince because he thought that he might be useful in the future. The first prince's identity was no small matter. Perhaps he could exchange for Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others. I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Ancestral Gragon frowned and said, although the first prince is important, in the eyes of the foreign race's divine ancestor, the most important person is still you. Once you appear, I'm afraid the foreign race's divine ancestor will kill you directly. He won't care about any foreign race's genius. Lu Ming frowned. He cultivated the sovereign Tao, and the foreign race's divine ancestor seemed to know him. Perhaps he really didn't care about the first prince's life and wanted to kill him. Senior, do you have a good plan? Lu Ming asked. Now, whether it's to save them or to fight against the outsider's sacred ancestor, there's only one way, and that's the Yellow Spring sect. Ancestral Dragon said. Netherworld sect? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The Netherworld sect is an extremely secretive sect in the Netherworld world. They don't care about worldly affairs and only focus on cultivation. Very few people in the Netherworld world know about it. I stayed in the Netherworld imperial capital for a period of time and learned about it from some ancient books. It said that the Netherworld sect and the Netherworld Empire were of the same origin. However, some people were obsessed with worldly power and established the Netherworld Empire. Some people didn't like worldly power, so they lived in seclusion and established the Netherworld sect. Ancestral Gragon explained. Is the Netherworld sect very strong? Lu Ming asked. Strong, of course they're strong. Although they don't have as many people as the Yellow Spring Empire, their combat power isn't any weaker than the Yellow Spring Empire. As far as I know, the Netherworld Empire has 2 martial gods, but the Netherworld sect also has 2 martial gods. Ancestral Dragon said. 2 martial gods. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Disregarding everything else, just the 2 martial gods were already shocking enough. As long as we can obtain the support of the Netherworld sect, not only can we save people, but we can also fight against the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. Ancestral Dragon said. Then he sighed and said, if we can't obtain the support of the Netherworld sect, then we can only do it ourselves. Lu Ming nodded. Time passed day by day. A month had passed since the 3 months given by the evil god tribe. At this time, more than 500 people had gathered in the heavenly world. Ancestral Dragon was also preparing to depart for the Netherworld sect. However, he didn't bring that many people with him. Ancestral Dragon only brought 10 people, including Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the 9 Lives demonic silkworm, to the Netherworld sect. The Netherworld sect was located in the extreme north of the Netherworld world. It was almost at the edge of the Netherworld world. Ancestral Dragon brought them to a mountain range. There were many mountains here, and there were countless peaks. Soon, they arrived in front of a tall mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was simple and unadorned, and it was even covered with moss. In the middle, there was a huge yellow word. There was no one at the mountain gate. Was this the Netherworld sect? Everyone was puzzled. But since they were already here, they could only continue forward. They didn't fly. Instead, they walked up the stairs of the mountain. When they passed by the stone tablet, Lu Ming looked at it curiously and felt that it was a little familiar. Soon, they arrived halfway up the mountain. Suddenly, the space shook, and 4 figures appeared in front of them, blocking Lu Ming and the others. "Halt, this is the Netherworld sect." A middle-aged man said. "Everyone, we would like to see your sect leader." Ancestral Dragon stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Everyone, our sect leader will not see any guests. Please go back." The middle-aged man waved his hand coldly. "How do you know he won't see you when we haven't even seen him? We have important matters to discuss with your sect leader." The Titan Longhorn Beetle said loudly. "Everyone, please go back." The middle-aged man continued to speak, but his voice was cold, and the intention to drive the guests away was obvious. "You didn't even listen to our intentions and you're already chasing us away. What do you mean?" The Titan Longhorn Beetle shouted unhappily, and a powerful aura erupted from its body. Boom! Boom! Just as the Titan Longhorn Beetle's aura erupted, the 4 people in front of them also erupted with powerful auras. 3 6-star Heavenly Emperors, 1 Peak Heavenly Emperor. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed slightly. The cultivation of the 4 people in front of them was already extremely shocking. Not only that, but on the mountain peak, there were also shocking auras, like terrifying waves of air, pressing down on this side. Lu Ming felt that there were no less than 10 Peak Heavenly Emperor auras. There were even a few auras that were extremely shocking, even above Peak Heavenly Emperor. Nest, so many experts, and those invincible figures who are half a step into the martial god realm. The Titan Longhorn Beetle grinned, some shock in its eyes. This Netherworld sect was indeed terrifying. The Titan Longhorn Beetle only released its aura, and it was like poking a hornet's nest, poking out a bunch of experts. Perhaps, this was only a part of it. In the dark, who knew how many experts there were? "Everyone, don't be impatient. We have no ill intentions, we are just here to seek cooperation." Ancestral Gragon stepped forward and said, then looked at the peak of the mountain, and a voice sounded, "Fellow Taoists, I have something to ask for an audience." Ancestral Gragon's voice came from afar, and at the same time, his body emitted a strange aura. "Fellow Taoist, why have you come to the Netherworld sect?" At this time, an old voice came from the peak of the mountain. Following that, a light flashed, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. This was an old man with an immortal aura, his white hair fluttering in the wind. "Greetings, Sect Master." When the people of the Netherworld sect saw this old man, they bowed respectfully. Lu Ming and the others felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that this old man was a martial god realm existence. The 2 sect masters of the Netherworld sect were both martial god realm existences. "Fellow Taoist, we came here this time to cooperate with you," Ancestral Gragon said. "Cooperation?" Chapter 2504. Lu Ming and the others did not interrupt the conversation between the old white-haired man and the Ancestral Gragon. The Titan Heavenly Bull kept quiet too. The old man was a martial god. Only the Ancestral Gragon, who was also a martial god, was qualified to talk to him. Otherwise, if the Ancestral Gragon was not around, the old man would not even bother to meet them. "That's right, let's work together. Help us enter the Yellow Spring Island and we'll split the loot 50-50. It's beneficial to everyone. What do you think?" The Ancestral Gragon said. "The Yellow Spring Island?" The old white-haired man was startled. He let out a sigh and said, "It seems like you're from the outer world. Time really flies. The tribulation has passed so quickly." The old white-haired man's voice was filled with complicated emotions. The old white-haired man seemed to have recalled something. After a while, he said, "You should leave. The Yellow Spring sect isn't interested in the Yellow Spring Island." "Not interested?" The Ancestral Gragon's eyes glittered. Lu Ming and the others were startled too. Were they going to fail? "Cultivator, how about this? If you do us a favor, you'll take all the loot we find after we enter the Yellow Spring Island. What do you think? The ancestral Dragon was not willing to give up. I told you, I'm not interested. See them out. The old white-haired man waved his sleeves and left. Everyone please. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Ming and the others wore unpleasant looks. They did not expect the people of the Yellow Spring sect to be so uninterested in the loot on the Yellow Spring Island. How were they going to fight the Yellow Spring Empire and the sacred ancestor of the foreign tribes if they could not ask the people of the Yellow Spring sect for help? The Titan Heavenly Bull and the others were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Sai, let's go. The ancestral Dragon felt helpless too. He turned around and headed down the mountain. They soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. It's fine if you don't want to help. We'll just have to save them ourselves. It's just death. The Titan Heavenly Bull cursed. He was extremely displeased. However, Lu Ming stopped and continued to observe the boulder at the entrance of the Yellow Spring sect. The more he looked at it, the more familiar he found the boulder to be. That's right, that token. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of that token. With a thought, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This token belonged to the core area of the Void Sacred Island. He and Dandan had worked together to obtain the token. This token looked very similar to the stone tablet in front of the Netherworld sect. Previously, the stone tablet was covered in moss, and Lu Ming only felt that it looked familiar. Now that he looked at it carefully, Lu Ming remembered. 1. Just as Lu Ming took out the token, the stone tablet in front of the Netherworld sect's gate suddenly vibrated, and the word, yellow, suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance. At the same time, the token in Lu Ming's hand began to vibrate, and light constantly flowed out of it. In the next moment, Lu Ming was shocked to find that a word had appeared in the middle of the token. It was the word yellow. Lu Ming was shocked. He had studied the token since he had obtained it, but he had not discovered anything. There was no word in the middle of the token. However, at that moment, the character, Huang, had suddenly appeared. With that, the title plate and the steel looked exactly the same. Ancestral Dragon, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, Titan Heavenly Bull, and the others were also shocked. They did not understand what was going on. At this moment, a figure flashed, and the white-haired old man appeared again. He looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand in surprise, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "The Yellow Spring Token. Why do you have the Yellow Spring Token? How did you get it?" The Yellow Spring Token? Lu Ming's heart moved. It turned out that this token was called the Yellow Spring Token. "Senior, this token was obtained by me on a Void Divine Island," Lu Ming said. "Void Sacred Island?" The white-haired old man was puzzled. "Tell me, who is the person who left you this token? What does he look like?" Immediately, Lu Ming described the appearance of the statue on the Void Sacred Island to her. So it's him. It's the will of the heavens." The white-haired old man sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "In the past, our Yellow Spring sect was indebted to that person. We gave him this token and promised that if someone came to our Yellow Spring sect with this token, our Yellow Spring sect would help him unconditionally once." What? Lu Ming, Ancestral Dragon, and the others were overjoyed. Help unconditionally once? Didn't that mean they could ask the Yellow Spring sect for help? "What's your name?" the white-haired old man asked. "This junior is Lu Ming." Lu Ming said, Lu Ming, if you have any requests, just say it." The white-haired old man said, "Senior, it's like this." Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted the feud between the Heaven Realm and the Evil God Tribe. He then talked about the situation here. "This junior earnestly requests the seniors of the Yellow Spring sect to help us fight against the Yellow Spring Empire and enter the Yellow Spring Island." Lu Ming stated his request. "I'm afraid it's difficult for us to enter the Yellow Spring Island on our own." The white-haired old man said, "What's going on?" Lu Ming was surprised. "I bet you don't know that the entrance to the Yellow Spring Island is guarded by a group of puppets. Among them, there are 4 puppets whose strength is equivalent to the martial god realm. Therefore, it's impossible for us to enter the island on our own." The white-haired old man said, 4 martial god realm puppets? Lu Ming, Ancestral Dragon, the Titan Longhorn, and the others exchanged glances with one another. The Yellow Spring Island was too terrifying. There were 4 martial god realm puppets guarding the entrance. Those were martial gods. After all, there were only 2 martial gods in the evil god realm and the heaven realm, and both of them were injured. Lu Ming finally understood why the sacred ancestor of the foreign tribes had not entered the Yellow Spring Island. It was because he could not enter the island. Therefore, if we want to enter the Yellow Spring Island, we must cooperate with the Yellow Spring Empire. The white-haired old man said. Cooperate? Lu Ming and the others fell into deep thought. Senior, please lend us a hand. We need to save the people. Lu Ming said. Sure, I'll gather the men and set off. The white-haired old man said. He then turned around and disappeared into the Yellow Spring sect. Brother Lu Ming, that's impressive. Qing Tsang and the others were overjoyed. They did not expect to encounter so many obstacles, and in the end, they managed to get the help of the Yellow Spring sect with Lu Ming's badge. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. The world was indeed full of surprises. He hadn't expected that the token he'd obtained on the Void Sacred Island would be of such great use in the Yellow Springs realm. The badge alone could easily turn the tide of the battle. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the Yellow Spring sect. Beside the white-haired old man was a white-haired old woman. She was also a martial god. Chapter 2505. The Yellow Springs Empire's sacred ancestor, the Emperor of the Yellow Springs Empire, and a Grand Elder were in a discussion in the Golden Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, is there really no way to enter the Yellow Spring Island? The sacred ancestor said. There are 4 martial god realm puppets at the entrance of the Yellow Spring Island. We won't be able to do it on our own. We can only work with the Yellow Spring sect. However, the 2 old men of the Yellow Spring sect are stubborn. Besides, they have a conflict with us. Even if we ask them, I'm afraid they won't agree to it. The Emperor of the Yellow Spring Empire said. Either way, we have to give it a try. How about this? Once I've dealt with the ancestral dragon and the others, I'll pay the Yellow Spring sect a visit and see if I can ask them to help us. The sacred ancestor said. They chatted for a while before the sacred ancestor took his leave. Lu Ming and the others set off. They regrouped with the people of the Heaven Realm and made their way to the Yellow Spring Empire's capital. The Yellow Spring Empire's capital, outside the eastern city gate. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and around 200 people had been tied up outside the city gate for more than a month. It's been more than a month, yet no one has come to save you. It seems like the people of the Heaven Realm have given up on you. Ha! Duol stood above Long Chen and the others and mocked them coldly. Long Chen and the others wore cold looks. They did not respond. Let me tell you, there is no hope for the Heaven Realm. You have been completely defeated. This time, in the Yellow Springs world, my clan will kill all your experts. Then, when we get out, we will flatten the Heaven Realm and kill every single one of you. Duol said ferociously. Duol, do you only know how to talk big now? At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Who's there? Duol turned around and glanced in the direction of the voice coldly. It's me, the voice said. Following it, the rift rippled as a figure suddenly appeared. The person was none other than Lu Ming. However, he was the only one who had shown himself. Lu Ming. Duol's eyes flickered with icy murderous intent when he saw Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz. The void trembled and cracked open. From the spatial crack, one figure after another stepped out. They were all experts of the evil god race and the Yellow Spring Empire. There were no less than 10 peak heavenly emperors, and their terrifying auras completely enveloped Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lu Ming, leave now. Leave now. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others shouted. Where did... Lu Ming, you're alone. How dare you come here? You're really stupid. Stay here then. Duol sneered. Really? Look who this is. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. A figure suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's hand. First Prince. Seeing this person, Duo Lu and the others paled. Lu Ming, release the First Prince now. Duol anxiously roared. He had never imagined that the first prince would be in Lu Ming's hands. If you want me to let him go, that's fine, but you have to let him go first. Lu Ming said. Fine. We'll let one go, and you let one go. Duo said. Ha, what a joke. You let one go? You let all of them go, and I'll use the first prince to exchange for everyone. Do you understand? Lu Ming laughed. Let all of them go? Impossible. Don't even think about it. Duo Lu roared. If you don't let him go, he'll die. Lu Ming said coldly, cold, killing intent radiating from his body. The expressions of Duo Lu and the others turned unsightly. For a moment, they were hesitant. The first prince's identity was no small matter. He was the son of the king of the first royal race. His talent was peerless, and his bloodline was the closest to the non-human's divine ancestor. He was said to have the strongest talent in the history of the evil god race. If he died, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Let him go or not? Lu Ming said coldly. This was their plan. Lu Ming would use the first prince to exchange for Long Chen and the others. If the exchange was successful, it would naturally be for the best as there would be no risk. After all, if they made a move, the situation would be chaotic. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others would not be able to fight back. There was still a risk. Duo Lu and the other evil god race powerhouses were all hesitant. For a moment, the situation was somewhat in a stalemate. Boom! Right at this moment, the sky split open. A terrifying palm reached out, blasting toward Lu Ming. The power of this palm was boundlessly terrifying, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to resist. Even a peak heavenly emperor would also turn to ashes under this palm. Martial god. Very clearly, the non-human's divine ancestor had made a move, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Even the first prince was enveloped within. A dragon roar shook heaven and earth. A huge dragon claw formed, grabbing at that giant hand. With a shocking boom, the giant hand collapsed, and the dragon claw also retracted. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Duo. This figure had a head of long golden hair. It was the non-human's divine ancestor. And beside Lu Ming, Ancestral Gragon's figure also appeared. Ancestral Gragon, you really came. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, full of dignity. Emoku, you're really ruthless. In order to kill Lu Ming, you don't even care about the life and death of your descendants? Ancestral Gragon said. Anyway, his cultivation has already been crippled. A piece of trash, it's fine to kill him. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. Yingu, you're still as cold and heartless as before. Ancestral Gragon sneered. Ancestral Gragon, I expected you to appear. You people of the heaven realm are all here. Today you will stay here forever. The non-human's divine ancestor said coldly. A terrifying aura burst out. The space shook. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside the non-human's divine ancestor. One was the Yellow Spring Empire's emperor, and the other was the Yellow Spring Empire's supreme elder. Two martial gods from the Yellow Spring Empire had shown up. Emoku, do you think I'll come unprepared? Ancestral Gragon sneered, his face calm. In the next moment, two figures suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. They were the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect. It's you. The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor opened his eyes wide in shock when he saw the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect. Who would have thought that the two of you wouldn't care about the affairs of the world? Who would have thought that you would show up? The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor said mockingly. We don't need you to interfere. Long Yen, let them go. The white-haired old man of the Yellow Spring sect said. Long Yen was the name of the Yellow Spring Empire's emperor. It's not that easy to let them go. The non-human's divine ancestor said. His face was dark. Long Yen had once said that the two martial gods of the Yellow Spring sect were stubborn old men who did not care about the affairs of the world. He did not expect them to be with Lu Ming and the others. This meant that he had lost his advantage. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The advantage that he had spent so much effort to gain was gone just like that. Emoku, it seems like you want to fight. Chapter 2506. 6 martial gods appeared outside the eastern gate of the Yellow Spring imperial capital. The 6 martial gods faced each other, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Their auras spread between heaven and earth, shrouding the entire Yellow Spring imperial capital. Everyone in the Yellow Spring imperial capital felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. It was so uncomfortable that they felt like vomiting blood. The auras of the 6 martial gods were too terrifying. If they fought, it would be earth-shattering. The atmosphere was extremely tense. How about this? The Yellow Spring Empire's emperor, Long Yen, spoke. He looked at the white-haired old man and said, "Old Huang, if you agree to join forces with us to break through the puppets outside Yellow Spring Island and help them enter the island, we can let them go." Long Yen still wanted to let the Divine Ancestor and the others enter Yellow Spring Island because they had already agreed on the terms. If the Divine Ancestor and the others obtained treasures from Yellow Spring Island, they would split it 50-50. They could not enter Yellow Spring Island by themselves. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait for another 10,000 years. The Divine Ancestor's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He also wanted to enter Yellow Spring Island. "Lu Ming, what do you say?" The white-haired old man looked at Lu Ming. The Divine Ancestor, Long Yen, and the others were shocked. The white-haired old man, a martial god, was asking for Lu Ming's opinion. What was their relationship with Lu Ming? "Agree to their terms, but we have to enter Yellow Spring Island together," Lu Ming said. This was the only way to save Long Chen and the others. "All right, we'll join forces, but they have to enter Yellow Spring Island together." The white-haired old man pointed at Ancestral Graygon, Lu Ming, and the others. "All right, it's settled then." The Divine Ancestor, Long Yen, and the others pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although they did not want Lu Ming and the others to enter Yellow Spring Island, they would not be able to enter without the white-haired old man's help. Now, they had to enter Yellow Spring Island first. Once they entered, they would have to rely on their own strength. "Once I get the fruit of life, Sha Xn and I will recover from our injuries. Let's see how you'll die then." The Divine Ancestor thought to himself. "Release them," Long Yen ordered. Immediately, someone unsealed Long Chen, Huang Ling, and the others, allowing them to regain their freedom. "Lu Ming, you've saved me again." Long Chen came to Lu Ming's side and sighed. "Lu Ming." Huang Ling smiled sweetly and came to Lu Ming's side. "It's good that you're fine," Lu Ming said with a smile. After chatting for a bit, Lu Ming learned that Long Chen and the others had been exploring some cursed lands. When they came out, they were surrounded. "Elder Huang, when do we make our move?" Long Yen looked at the white-haired elder. 1 year later, the white-haired old man said. This was the time set by Lu Ming and the others. They needed time to gather the people from the other heaven realms. Only when more people entered Yellow Spring Island would there be a greater chance of obtaining an opportunity. "All right, then let's meet here a year from now," said Long Yen. As soon as he finished speaking, they returned to Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. Lu Ming and the others also left. Then, they met up with the Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others and came to a famous mountain. This famous mountain was extremely famous in the Yellow Spring world. One only needed to inquire a little to know about it. Then they spread the news and gathered the people of the Heaven Realm here. At the same time, Ancestral Dragon and some experts personally went to some cursed lands to search for the people of the Heaven Realm. At the same time, the Evil God race also spread the news and gathered the scattered members of the Evil God race to the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. For a time, the scattered Evil God race and the living beings of the Heaven Realm gathered in these two places. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The living beings of the Heaven Realm had basically all gathered here. Those who did not come were most likely dead. Lu Ming did a rough calculation. There were only slightly more than 1,000 people gathered here. When they first entered, there were thousands of people. The number had decreased by half. It could be seen how many people had died. Once the time was up, they set off for the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. When they arrived, thousands of people had already gathered outside the eastern city gate of the Yellow Spring Imperial Capital. There were experts from the Evil God race and the Yellow Spring Empire. Let's go! The two sides gathered. Long Yen took the lead and headed in one direction. Yellow Spring Island was not in the Yellow Spring Imperial capital, but to the south of it. After flying for a few hours, a deep abyss appeared in front of them. This abyss was incomparably wide. It was unknown how long it was, and it was unfathomable. Rumbling sounds of water could be heard from the bottom of the abyss. Everyone looked from the side and saw that the bottom of the abyss was yellow water. Yellow spring water. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the yellow spring water flowed here? Yellow Spring Island is opposite this abyss. However, no living being can cross this abyss. No living being can fly over it. If they try to forcefully fly over, they will fall into the abyss. If you want to pass through this abyss, you can only pass through the bridge in front. Long Yen said. Everyone flew along the abyss for a while and saw a stone bridge. The stone bridge was very large and wide, leading to the other side of the abyss. However, when they approached, light flickered in the vicinity of the stone bridge, and one figure after another appeared. Puppets. However, these puppets were in human form. They were wearing blood-red armor. Their eyes were filled with a bloody glow. So these are the formation puppets? Lu Ming murmured. Previously, he had learned from the white-haired old man and the others that the puppets formed by the stone bridge were formation puppets. They were formed by the formation. Even if they were killed or destroyed, they would reappear after some time. Trespassers die. A huge puppet shouted, its aura shaking the heavens and the earth. Martial God Realm. The puppet was in the Martial God Realm. It was extremely terrifying. There were 3 other puppets that were on par with the puppet. There were a total of 4 Martial God Realm puppets. Apart from these 4, there were over 100 other puppets. They were all in the Heaven Emperor realm or above. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. According to the plan, the 4 of us will each hold back a Martial God Realm puppet. The 2 of you are not in your peak condition, so help one of us to kill one of the puppets, and then help the others. Long Yen glanced at the sacred ancestor and the ancestral dragon. The 2 martial gods of the Yellow Spring Empire and the Yellow Spring sect would each hold back a Martial God Realm puppet. Meanwhile, the sacred ancestor and the ancestral dragon would work together to help one of them defeat a Martial God Realm puppet. Got it? Elder Huang nodded. Those in the ethereal transformation realm and above, follow me. Those in the ethereal transformation realm and above, attack. Long Yen and Elder Huang said. They stepped forward and charged at the puppets. Trespassers die. A Martial God Realm puppet charged at Long Yen with a long spear. Bang! Bang! Chapter 2507. The 4 martial gods of the Yellow Spring Empire and the Yellow Spring sect respectively fought against the 4 martial god puppets. Their attacks were very simple. There were no complicated or flashy moves. Every punch and every palm strike was very direct, but the power behind it was terrifying. Each of his punches and palms possessed a destructive might. Even a peak martial monarch would be blasted into pieces by each of his attacks. The 4 martial god puppets were wearing blood-red battle armor. Each of them held a spear in their hand. They were like invincible generals. The spears pierced through the air with unparalleled killing intent. The 8 people on both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Ancestral Gragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor looked at each other. Both of their eyes were shining. In the past, it was impossible for them to join forces. But now, they could only join forces. The 2 of them moved and pounced toward the puppet that was fighting with Long Yen. The 3 of them joined forces and attacked the puppet with all their might. Although Ancestral Gragon and the foreign race's sacred ancestor were injured and not in their peak condition, the 2 of them were still equivalent to a martial god when they joined forces. The 3 of them joined forces and immediately suppressed the other party. No one dared to approach the area where the martial gods were fighting. Lu Ming and the others also fought with the other puppets, but they were also far away from the area where the martial gods were fighting. These puppets were also extremely powerful. There were many experts, peak heavenly emperors, and even half a step into the martial god realm. But the number was a little less, only about 100. And Lu Ming and the others had even more. There were the Heaven Realm, the Evil God Tribe, the Yellow Spring Sect, and the Yellow Spring Empire. The number of the four added together was far above the puppets. Boom, boom. Lu Ming controlled the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons and joined forces with Xian Yanqing to fight a peak heavenly emperor puppet. This kind of puppet was formed by a formation, but its entire body seemed to be made of an incomparably hard metal. It was indestructible, and every move it made contained boundless power. When it clashed with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, the divine 9-dragon cauldron kept shaking. Xian Yanqing's body was covered in black light, forming lotus swords that were incomparably sharp. He attacked from the side, leaving sword marks on the puppet's body. Although the puppet was strong, the two of them were still able to suppress it. For example, Qing Tsang, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the others almost always teamed up in 2 or 3 people. They completely had the upper hand. Of course, this was only possible because they were working together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for any 1 or 2 parties to be a match for these puppets. Bang! Bang! Not long after, some of the puppets were destroyed and turned into energy that dissipated. The puppet that Lu Ming was fighting against had its head chopped off by Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon cauldron to crush it. Qing Tsang, the Titan longhorn beetle, and the Evil God Tribe had all won. Their puppets were destroyed one after another. A moment later, all of the puppets were destroyed, and the scene was cleaned up. There were only 4 martial god puppets left. Meanwhile, the ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, and dragon flame had secured the upper hand in the battle. The martial god puppet was in great danger. Its body was covered in cracks. Divine power! Dandan stood there and sighed with envy. Divine power? Lu Ming looked at Dandan. The power that the martial god controls is divine power, an extremely terrifying power. What laws, great Tao, heavenly Tao, in front of divine power, they cannot withstand a single blow, like tofu. Dandan said, becoming more and more envious. Not to mention him, which of those peak heavenly emperors was not envious? Lu Ming also saw that whether it was the ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, or the martial god of the Yellow Springs world, the power they used had nothing to do with laws or heavenly Tao. They were all incomparably terrifying and invincible powers. This kind of power enveloped their entire bodies, making their attacks invincible. At the same time, their defensive power was also shockingly high. This kind of power is a bit similar to the power that Shaoqing uses, but it is many times stronger than Shaoqing's power. Lu Ming thought to himself. Everyone watched from afar. They could not interfere in the battle between the martial gods. Bang! At this moment, one of the puppet's arms shattered, and its aura began to weaken. The ancestral dragon, the sacred ancestor, and Long Yen became spirited, and various kinds of attacks poured down like a storm. Bang! Bang! Following their attacks, the puppet's body continued to explode, and with a loud bang, it exploded into pieces and dissipated into streams of energy. As the puppet was defeated, the outcome was already decided. The 3 of them teamed up to attack another martial god puppet, teaming up with another person, 4 against 1. This time, it didn't take long for the puppet to explode. In this way, many of them surrounded one puppet and defeated it one by one. After more than 10 minutes, the remaining martial god puppets were all destroyed. As all the martial god puppets were destroyed, the ancestral dragon and the sacred ancestor returned to their respective factions with a flicker, facing each other cautiously. Alright, you can cross the bridge now. The people of the Yellow Springs world can't. Long Yen said, and led the people of the Yellow Springs kingdom to the side. The people of the Yellow Springs sect also retreated to the side. Ancestral dragon, let's fight after we cross the bridge. The sacred ancestor looked at the ancestral dragon. That's what I want, the ancestral dragon said. In the next instant, both sides moved and charged toward the stone bridge. The stone bridge was very wide, and both sides took one side. They looked at each other as they charged toward the other side. This stone bridge was very long, several thousand miles long. From this, one could see how wide the abyss was. However, to them, several thousand miles could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Soon they crossed the stone bridge. On the other side of the stone bridge was a boundless hilly area. The ancestral dragon roared as he charged toward the sacred ancestor. Fight. The sacred ancestor's battle-intent soared as he fought the ancestral dragon. Kill! The evil god tribe and the beings of the celestial world were also filled with killing intent as they turned into streaks of light and clashed. Boom! Boom! The entire area was in an uproar. Space was torn apart, and terrifying forces filled the area. Qing Tsung turned into a 9-headed golden lion. His 9 heads roared as he pounced toward Duolei. The Titan Heavenly Bull also turned into its original form. Its horns were like battle blades as it fought a peak heavenly emperor of the evil god tribe. In addition, the 9 lives demonic silkworm and the others also fought with the other party's experts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and waved it continuously, blasting a 6-star heavenly emperor of the evil god tribe. Lu Ming died. A figure suddenly charged toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. His purple hair was like a waterfall, and his aura was wild, giving Lu Ming an extremely strong pressure. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and attacked this person. Boom! This person struck out with his palm, colliding with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Buzz! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook violently and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surge toward him. His body shook violently as he retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is an invincible expert who is half a step into the martial god realm. Chapter 2508. Those who were half a step into the martial god realm were known as demigods. They were also known as invincible experts. If the martial god realm did not appear, they would be invincible. Such people were extremely rare. Every one of them was extremely talented and terrifyingly powerful. The Primal Chaos Emperor, the Primal Chaos Sect Master, and the Immortal Emperor were all such people. There were not many of them in the entire Heaven Realm or the Evil God Realm. Originally, Lu Ming thought that people of this level would not enter the Yellow Springs Mountain this time. Instead, they would stay outside to guard against the enemy. He did not expect that the Evil God tribe would bring someone of this level in. At this moment, they suddenly attacked, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Kill! This Evil God tribe member's killing intent was cold. His aura was as deep as the sea. He took a few steps forward and charged toward Lu Ming, throwing out a few terrifying palm strikes. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He activated the divine 9-dragon cauldron's power to the extreme. Swoosh, swoosh. Sword chi swept out. Xian Yanqing also arrived at the side. Endless black lotus sword chi gathered into 3 beams and slashed toward the evil god tribe demigod. The attacks of both sides collided. An intense explosion occurred in this area. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook crazily. Lu Ming felt an incomparably terrifying power surge toward him. His body flew out and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, his vitality was extremely tenacious. If it were anyone else, they would probably be injured even more. Xian Yanqing was slightly better than Lu Ming. However, he also retreated, his face pale. The two of them were not a match for the other party even if they joined forces. A demigod was too strong. It was not just for show that he was invincible. Even 2 peak heavenly emperors could not be a match for a demigod. The evil god tribe demigod looked at Xian Yanqing, his eyes filled with shock. He did not expect that apart from Lu Ming, there would be such a young expert in the heaven realm. Such a person had never appeared in the evil god tribe since ancient times. The more talented one was, the more they had to be killed. The purple hair of the evil god race's demigod fluttered in the wind, and his aura was extremely powerful. He stared at Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. Compared to Xian Yanqing, he wanted to kill Lu Ming first. That was because the outsider's sacred patriarch had ordered them to get rid of Lu Ming if they had the chance. A purple sword condensed in his hand. Sword chi soared into the sky, terrifying to the extreme. As a demigod, how shameless of you to deal with a junior. Your opponent is me. A cold voice rang out. After that, countless bolts of lightning shot towards the demigod of the evil god race like lightning dragons. Every bolt of lightning emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he felt a strong sense of crisis. The expression of the demigod of the evil god tribe also changed. He changed the direction of his purple battle sword and slashed out streaks of shocking sword light. They collided with the lightning, and a terrifying force spread in all directions. In the end, both the sword chi and the lightning dissipated. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a human, wearing a lightning battle suit. Streaks of lightning swam around it. This person was tall and slender, and he looked to be around 30 years old. Of course, this was just on the surface. In reality, he might have lived for many years. Heavenly lightning, it's you. I didn't expect you to come in too. The demigod of the evil god race's eyes turned cold. Heavenly lightning? Could it be the heavenly lightning the arch? Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. He had stayed in the heaven realm for so many years, and he had heard of some of the top experts. The heavenly lightning the arch was known as the arch, a supreme among thearchs. Without a doubt, he was in existence on par with the primal chaos the arch and the indestructible the arch. A demigod, an invincible expert. Moreover, he had another identity, which was the disciple of the technique ancestor. Who was the technique ancestor? He was a peerless expert who had created the law cultivation system at the end of the primordial age. He was a peerless genius, a rare peerless figure. Such a person was too amazing. With his own strength, he had created the law cultivation system and made the law cultivation system strong to the extreme, surpassing many of the cultivation systems in the primordial age. However, the technique ancestor suddenly disappeared at the end of the primordial age. No one knew where he went. Therefore, in the primordial age, when the evil god race invaded the heaven realm, the technique ancestor did not appear. And the heavenly lightning the arch was a disciple of the technique ancestor. His background was extraordinary. Since you can come in, I can naturally come in too. We haven't fought for many years. Today, let's fight again. The heavenly lightning the arch was incomparably powerful. His entire body was enveloped by lightning, and he turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the demigod of the evil god race. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. As for Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing, they charged toward the other members of the evil god race. In the midst of the great battle, Lu Ming suddenly discovered that there was fog in this area. Fog constantly emanated from the ground. Boom! Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and attacked one of the members of the evil god race. Originally, it was about to hit the other party, but for some reason, it suddenly hit nothing. The other party's figure instantly disappeared into the distance. The other party didn't have time to retreat. It was as if the distance between them had suddenly increased. Not only him, but the others present also noticed the abnormality. This was because when they attacked, they had already calculated the distance. But when they attacked, they realized that the distance between them and the other party had increased in an instant. At this time, the fog here was getting thicker and thicker, blocking their vision. Their field of vision was constantly shrinking. Everyone stopped what they were doing and didn't make a move. They looked around in surprise. Lu Ming suddenly realized that the people who were further away from him were completely enveloped by the fog. He couldn't see them at all. Gather! The ancestral dragon shouted, calling for the people of the heaven realm to gather. Gather! The divine ancestor of the evil god race also shouted. Bush. Two groups of people rushed toward the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor. But in the process, they realized that the ancestral dragon and the divine ancestor were getting further and further away from them. Then they disappeared in front of their eyes. Senior. Lu Ming rushed over, but he didn't find anything. The ancestral dragon had disappeared. Lu Ming turned around and realized that even more people had disappeared. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others had all disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Xian Yanqing was the closest to Lu Ming. At this moment, his figure was getting fainter and fainter. Xiao Qing, Lu Ming, the two of them rushed toward each other, but it was very strange. The two of them weren't far from each other. In the past, they could reach each other in one step. But now, no matter how they rushed, they realized that each other's figures were getting fainter and fainter. Then they completely disappeared from sight. Xiao Qing! Lu Ming shouted and rushed to the place where Xian Yanqing was standing just now. But he didn't find anything and didn't hear any response. Everyone disappeared just like that. Apart from the thick fog, Lu Ming was the only one left in the world. There should be a grand formation here that separates everyone, Lu Ming thought.